I was getting at work.
It's just a straight from the oven. Now it's yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, it's okay. Colin was a bit quiet, but
Really?
Okay. Colin is always quiet though, so. Okay, that should be fine. Right. Session. Welcome to the Invasion Session 79. I am Ryan, the GM. It is the second. It's the 2nd of the 2nd, 2022.
Yeah, in about half an
Nice.
hour it'll be the 2022.
Yeah.
22, something like that.
Yeah, it's mad. Oh, so yeah, lots of twos. So it's 2nd of February. Yeah, happy birthday to Jennifer Smith. A fake Facebook account I lost access to many years ago to troll a friend, who still gets birthday wishes from creepy men online, even though she's not posted in like 10 years. Well done, Jennifer Smith. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Man, it is referred to as the Great Experiment, and
Either worked or it failed abysmally, one or the other.
yeah, she's an entity unto herself, and year in, year out, she gets lots of male attention. She says nothing on her Facebook page. A bunch of my friends were like, "Do you still have access to this?" And I'm like, "Well, no, I actually don't remember what email I used to log into that initially, so that's gone now." So she lives her own life now, you know, flown the nest, as nobody says. So, yeah, joys. But either way, I gave her was it because she's it was the steampunk community that she was in, the steampunk community, and she has Ayn Rand's birthday. That's what I selected.
Alright.
I thought that was quite a good one to give her, for that reason. Ah.
Right, having said that I didn't need to BRB, I actually kind of do now, so apologies, BRB.
That's okay, on you go. It happens. Here are the players.
I was wondering. Hello, good evening. My name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything. But while we're filling, I'm pretty sure today is the last day for like 100 years that there will only be 2 numbers in the date.
Wow.
No. If he got to the 20th of February, I think that would still be the same, wouldn't it? 2s and 0s.
Okay, damn it, he's good. But after that,
Yeah,
the
maybe after that,
22nd of February, after the
That would be-
22nd of February, there won't be a day with only 2 numbers.
Good evening, all. I'm Keldras, and I've been in a library most of my life, and that just stood out.
Yeah. Oh,
Got no idea why I knew that. I'm sorry.
okay. Also, you are Chris.
I am Chris.
yes.
Yes. I'm not. Yeah.
It's okay. Also, Alexander, well done. Because as soon as you were finished your intro, my first thing was going to say, "Now do it again, but slower." Is what I was going to get you to do for the filling. But well done.
Not faster and more intense.
No, slower and more relaxed, if anything. So yeah, so the anti-Lucas system. And also, hello, Crimson Yarrow. And it is a face you've not seen in a long time. A long, long time. Like a decade, maybe more. Oh dear. But welcome to the stream. We're waiting on our last player.
Would you say that that's a name you've not heard in a long time? Long, long time.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh. I don't know what the impression there was. I don't know which Star Wars character my mouth was trying to replicate there, but it definitely wasn't Alec Guinness, that's for sure.
I think all impressions start to just blend into Jabba the Hutt once.
Most of mine do, yeah. Oh dear. That's the one thing that is disappointing me just in general about Star Wars content, is that where's all the sweet Jabba the Hutt content that we all want? Where's his Disney Plus series, right? That bugs me, personally.
Was that not done in the animations?
So there was some Jabba in the
Yeah.
Clone Wars, but not much, to be
Wars.
honest, right? Like, it was, Zero? Was it Zero the Hutt? Because Star Wars has this thing about reusing the name Zero a lot. A lot of things in Star Wars are called Zero.
What's his name? I just can't. What's the name of the boy in Rebels?
Ezra.
Yes, Ezra. Whenever he uses a fake name, it's either Lando Calrissian or Jabba the Hutt.
I also nearly called him Ezra Miller. I was like, that's not him, that's an actor. Ezra Bridger, that's his name. Which, you know, as I said, I do hope that the casting for him works out quite well, because as I said, didn't they cast the guy that was in the live action Aladdin? The Aladdin of the live action Aladdin? I thought that's a really good casting, since everybody called Ezra the Aladdin of Rebels anyway. So hopefully that works out. And I assume he's showing up in the Ahsoka show. That would be my guess.
It's surely like final episode, like last 10 minutes of the final episode.
Although he might be in the Obi-Wan show though, right?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. The reason why I say that is because obviously Obi-Wan and Maul, right? And Maul and Ezra had a thing.
Yeah, but do we need to see the same thing twice?
It's Star Wars. The answer is
Star
obviously yes.
I mean,
It's another Death Star. Oh yeah.
no, I mean literally the same. Like
It's
scene,
another
just-
Death Star.
Yeah, but no, that's not what I mean. I mean
The Force
showing
Awakens.
the same
It's
scene.
another Death Star.
The
So-
actual same scene, just in animation and then in live action. And I guess I know now it's Disney. That is kind of their thing. But
Yeah. You know, be interesting to see how that goes, to be honest. I think it'll be interesting to see how they do, as I said, Ezra. I'm eager to see how this Book of Boba Fett ends, because the start was shaky and then it's became better. But it's became better in the absence of Boba Fett, which is concerning. I do hope the finale is interesting and isn't just like a Marvel finale where they just build up to their CG battle scene, you know? It'd be nice if there was still some actual dialogue to care about. Like, yeah. When both of you finally watch the episode 6, you'll just see immediately just how much like the dialogue, every line of dialogue has like weight to it and is interesting, rather than what we're getting in the other episodes. But anyway, Colin, you're back. Do you want to do your intro?
I'm back. Sorry?
Do you want to do your intro?
Yeah, of course. Apologies, I didn't know exactly where you were. Hello, I am Colin. I will be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Clericy Druid.
It's okay. No, we were just filling until you returned. But now that you're back, what do you remember from last time?
A dragon.
Yes, there was a dragon. Yep.
Batuve was the envoy to Von Rune.
Yes. Yep. That is his job. He is an envoy, and he did, in fact, chaperone Von Rune around. Much like he chaperoned you guys. Yeah, fair.
The obviously the ship between, and he stole tech from them, which is the basis of his tech, or not presumably.
Yeah, you definitely are quiet. I'm gonna have to adjust your volume a bit there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You're better there. But you were kind of trailing off, and it was cut. Your mic was choosing to just cut off. Your
I have it as close to my mouth, and it is a reasonable sensitivity as I think I can chance, to be honest.
Oh, I think it was just your volume. I think you were just trailing off. I think that was it. As Crimson says, gotta put it in your mouth. Don't know if that's great advice for everything though. Yeah. What else? What else are we missing then? So we had a dragon. We found out that Von Rune had visited Evershade, or not Evershade, I should say. We know he's visited Evershade. Barris. What else?
Dragon got looked in the library.
Yeah, it was starting to cause a bit of a ruckus.
Yeah. It was starting to kind of gorge itself on the crystals in the library.
But we did show it to not Sufim.
Betuve? Yep.
The one that I have the name written down on my notes. Why?
Yeah. You even said it like 2 moments
I
ago.
just said it. How did I forget?
Yep. So Betuve. He showed the dragon.
So
to
he's
him.
now in the know.
Yeah. He's off to go get Sufim as well.
Yes.
It'd be a couple of hours before he came back, if not longer.
Yeah. Yep. And yeah, I think trying to rack my brain if anything else happened. Mostly we were working out if you are going to stay or go, ultimately, right? I think that was the main dilemma you were having regarding your time in the city of Barris. So, yeah. Let's have a look at the goals to put that into some perspective. So, what are the goals?
To free the brew from the illithid.
Ascertain the relationship between the Illithid and the Brew leadership.
Meet with Sufim, which
Hmm.
should be resolved this session.
And my favourite goal?
We will defeat Menglad.
It's just the best. And then,
Secure safe exits from Barrows City.
yes. And what are the personal goals?
Fleabite is to care for the dragon.
Minus obtain a suitable obtain. Sorry, I don't think that came out right. Obtain a suitable new staff, although depending on what kind of what we determine about staying in the city, that might change. But I think for now,
Yeah.
that's suitable.
And finally, mine's is arrange a meeting with the Brew Resistance leadership,
Yep.
who might be the same person as I hope. Yeah.
They may or may not exist, yeah. To say, like, both Caldras and Fleabite's goals are a bit shaky on the old goalometer, but it's fine. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. It'll be interesting. Also, Crimson, their care for their dragon so far has gone very smoothly. They have
Is Golometer the next villain?
yes. Yes. Right. So, in the library, because where else would we start other than the place you all are?
I think I made a Cluedo joke last time.
Yes, you did. So if you want, we can just pretend you made one this time, and it was really funny. Humor. So, Gem Bite. So, see, Crimson liked it as well. Look at that. Yes. Also, shout out to Siren because her internet is dead at the moment.
Oh,
So, yeah.
sorry, Siren.
This is for you if you choose to re-listen to this in the morning like you normally do.
Fuck.
Hopefully your internet returns swiftly. But yeah, the dragon, having seemingly swelled in size after gorging essentially several stacks worth of these crystals in their little boxes, so it munches its way through them. Every time it kind of crunches down on one, like the magical sensitive people in the party kind of feel that pulse getting released, and then as quickly as they feel it, it's gone, absorbed by Gembite. It is quite comfortably working its way through many shelves, with fairly little regard for the library order.
I was trying to stop it, and I still would be, but I assume quite futilely.
It's up to you. Like, tell me how you would like to attempt to mitigate this thing. Munching its way through.
Well, I think I said last time, you'd probably literally like swinging off its arm, trying to slow it down. Arm, leg, same functions. Beyond that, I don't know. I don't really have any means to communicate with it. So
I think Fleabite physically can't stop it by being size difference of now like 2 and being a disadvantage.
Toll the Dead as well in the background. Yep.
Indeed.
Yep. Yeah, because remember this thing went from being like a medium-sized creature to a large-sized creature as well. So yeah, it's a big one now.
So if we had a race that pushed for the size up, then
Could I ask a silly question? As it's growing, are we assuming that it's aging and learning? Can I do something to try and judge that?
I don't know. Like growing, yes. Aging, shrug. I don't think you could tell that. Visibly, at least. There's no like obvious signs that way, so I don't think you'd be able to get that answer without like seeing it act differently than it has done before, right? Which it clearly is just in a buffet at the moment. So.
Okay, would it be possible then to?
But it definitely
roll
got bigger.
Animal handling, and then just to see if it can now understand Draconian while we're and ask it to stop.
You'd probably need to do something to get its attention first. Like it's gorging, right? So what do you want to do to get its attention? I'm not going to say that there's
no magic.
You do have
So-
something that does like help you though, right? Something that's very, very useful to your class. Even if you don't necessarily like the idea of it.
Yeah, my lightning bolt.
So I was thinking more. No, that's your race, right? That's more of your race. I was
Yeah.
thinking more stunning strike. I never said you'd like it.
could he like upcast it? Use more key points.
That's not how that works. Oh dear.
I don't know that aggressive action towards it is a good idea for various reasons.
Like unless you can flavor it that it's like
Animal handling, stunning strike, down boy, spank it in his nose.
Do you know? Yeah, why not? Do you want to give that a go? It will involve having to hit it though, right? But like this thing's a large dragon, so.
I always get this wrong. You can choose not to do lethal damage, or you can choose not to do damage. Is that?
So the way it works is you can choose to do non-lethal damage if it's a melee attack. I believe it needs to be a melee attack, and it can't be a magical attack, which is hilarious when the monk's hands become magic weapons. I just say that's dumb, and you can still do non-lethal damage because the rules.
And
are very clear.
ultimately, I'll put stunning strike into the chat. Ultimately, it still gets a Constitution roll anyway to avoid this, so it could just be a scalp to the nose.
Yeah. As I said, ideally what you want to do is, like, to me the narrative of this would be you just getting its attention to stop the thing, like, gorging through all the kind of, like, shelves. That's what the stunning strike would, like, relate to, granting that pause to, like, oi, no.
Exactly.
Yeah, and, like, obviously, like, you need to land a hit for that to work, which is fine. I'm not really going to be too fussed about the damage that comes from this. I'm not going to make the thing suddenly just like bite your face off. So like you don't need to worry about that.
Unless the damage is too high.
Like for me, the it's not like you're not acting like you're wanting to kill the thing, right? So like I can gauge like what the rules need for that move to work versus what I know it's meant to be in the universe, right? So like in the scene, it's meant to be you getting his attention and trying to like slow it down. So yeah, I think that's fine to do this. But just keep in mind, it's going to be it's probably going to be quite a tough hit.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't imagine. And I even think rolling against animal handling will be a tough thing. If that doesn't activate, then there's no point in me continuing that, because it is to get him under a little bit of control.
Well, I would say it's going to be a good point to remind everyone that triumph points exist. And feel free to be as liberal with them as you wish.
And what are they?
And what are triumph points? I feel
can do guidance. If you wanted, I could. Give you
so you can do guidance for the animal handling, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously not for punch.
But I want the animal handling at the end. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter, right?
Okay, so you'd rather have...
I want the hit.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'll explain the steps. So it's going to be a hit. It's going to do a con save if it gets hit. And then, once you've got its attention with Stunning Strike, then animal handling to calm it, right? That makes sense for me, order-wise. Because the Stunning Strike part is you getting its attention. Animal handling is you saying, whoa, no, don't eat the shiny things.
Okay.
Which is weird that it's not Fleabite being told off for this. But, you know, Genbite obviously is taken after somebody.
It's shiny. So, I am going to say this first.
And you've got advantage from Alexander.
An unarmed strike. I am not using my weapon, no matter how big the dragon is. I am just doing it unarmed. A scalp to the nozzle.
Okay. And you've got advantage if you want to use it on the hit.
I have put it on, and I will roll that.
But hey!
That's good.
Look at that! All the 2s for this particular day.
That is bloody strange.
2220, just here.
Oh dear. So, but let me see your damage. Your non-lethal damage, I'm assuming, but yeah.
Damage for this will be...
Hey! And then I need to do... I assume you're going to do Stunning Strike. Yep, so you want to use a key point.
Yes, indeed.
And then I need to do a con save. What is the number we're up against now? Your level 9 DC save thing. What's that?
Oh, I've not changed that.
Yeah.
So it should be 15 now.
Okay. Make sure that's up to date then. Yeah, I think because we're obviously manually tracking that, it's worth. Yeah. That's why I phrased it that way, because I'm like, it's probably not been updated, and you've definitely leveled up a couple of times since you've been with us, so it is worth knowing. So
we're level 9, aren't we?
Yes, we are currently 9.
So
not too far off level 10, actually. Not too far off. So, DC 15, you said, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Now roll. Saving throw. I hope I roll low for you guys. Look at that.
That's pretty low.
Look at that.
That works. Just.
Look at that. I like to call that a comfortable margin for error. Okay. Oh dear. So yeah, you successfully.
You faced it. I see, and then somehow, knowing this is exactly the right moment.
I think it's quite easy to say that, you know, Vanguard would do what he could to support Keldrith, as you just sees him like
it
randomly
does make
like
sense. It's just mechanically it is a little funny.
It is, yeah. Right. So, before you roll, obviously, if anyone's now looking to give him inspiration for his animal handling roll, feel free to. And he also gets to add a d4 onto the result as well. So, is that happening at all? And remember, I think you should have like a fair wee whack of Triumph stored up as well, and you can buy yourself inspiration if you want, Keldrith.
I'll take the next hit.
Okay.
So back on advantage again.
Yep.
I've still got inspiration myself that I could have. Animal handling, here we come.
Ooh, and then roll a d4 because you got
Roll a
guidance. And thank you, Alex, for keeping on top of the reward queue. Okay, not bad, not bad. Are we 16? It's alright. Yeah. So, what do you say to the dragon?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's munching away on a shelf. You like come in and obviously surgical strike it with your stunning strike in the right time. You look at it and probably go, I think this might get its attention. Depending on where you choose to hit. And yeah, you do definitely like phase it enough for it to like kind of shake its head and look around like what the fuck happened.
I've stunned the dragon. Anyway.
Who's the
Never
better
happened
dragon now, bitch?
Yeah. So again, I am basically going to I'm going to go into Draconian, and I'm just going to put my hand up in front of its nose and tell it, stop doing that, and see if I get any reaction from that.
Like it kind of like sits on its backside, its legs, and its front legs
Good
extended.
Sorry.
And it looks at you and like pulls its neck away up and back as if like, you know, shocked at the fact that you're telling it no and stop. And it just like exhales through its nostrils, very like sharply, and then just looks at you. Like it, you know, it clearly has stopped, and it clearly is a bit shocked that that has happened. It's now just kind of looking at you as if, well, what now?
Well, again, not knowing then whether it's understood the draconian part of it, I'm going to basically say, the magic you're eating controls this. This is a wonderful library. We have to try and preserve it. Please don't eat anymore. Just to see if it responds in any way.
Yeah, and it looks at you, and then it looks around at like Fleabite and Vanger, and then it kind of like leans its neck down. Yeah, and it kind of like leans its neck down and then just like spits up like two of the crystals that were in its mouth. Specifically not its teeth, the ones it had been eaten, obviously, since it does have certain gemmed teeth.
Thank you. We will find other ways of expanding your magic and your form, but please, no more crystals in Draconian once again.
It kind of just looks around at like the walls, and then just looks back at you almost longingly. But it doesn't move.
Oh. That's interesting.
I'm assuming
More crystals for Fleabite.
I'm assuming Fleabite doesn't speak Draconic, right?
No.
Yeah, I figured that. Vanger, you do, right?
No.
Okay. I don't know why I thought Vanger did.
Doesn't Keldrath speak Dwarven?
Yeah, maybe that's the connection.
That may have been
Yeah.
But yeah, cool. So yeah, you have heard him grumble away in draconic noises to this thing, and it seems to have done the trick, right? So that's good.
So I'll turn to the other guys and I'll explain them. I don't know if it's understanding me, but I asked it to stop and it worked. I'm kind of shocked.
Yeah, it seems like it's understood, which is interesting in and of itself.
It's feeding on magic. It must not only growing in size, I would assume intelligence as well from that, because earlier.
Still to understand language without having heard it before.
Yeah.
It's curious. Well, I have a lot of apologising to do for this already. But at least if he's not going to eat any more, we shouldn't have. I don't think it will be too difficult for us when they return. I'm sure they'll understand it's hard to. Aye.
Maybe we should try to clean up a bit, see if we can hide any of the evidence.
I look skeptically at him.
It's like trashed shelves and stuff like that. The box with all the crystals had been sat in nicely, just munched half through. I think Gembite just like moves its nose up and just like clinks the two crystals, closer to you, Keldrath. when you say that.
I'll pick them up and I'll move them away back to one of the boxes and just seal it up and look back at the dragon, and I'll move it a bit further away as well, just making it
Yeah, like it backs
quite
up maybe
obvious.
closer to like the doors and like where that seating kind of table and stuff was. That used to have been at before. Move back to that area. It's somewhat sheepish in its behaviour. Clearly wasn't expecting just to be like punched into like a stun. So
I'm terrified now. I think it's going to get me back eventually.
oh, dear.
Still no evidence that it is communicating back to us, though.
I mean, depends, right? I mean, it looks like it does understand you to a degree, right?
I think Fleabite would kind of, because it's Fleabite's first time here, just be like,
Technically.
yeah, technically. Just say, shiny gems, what for do?
Oh, they're depositories.
Why
of
not meat?
knowledge. They're very important to the Barrow. They're how they store information.
Did we lose
Don't
Alex?
have much more to add to that.
Yes, this is their library. We were showing it, and it was controlled using the gems. The information was relayed from the gems.
Gem shines, like skin scroll.
Well, they work with some of the things in here to. It's a lot like when you do your thingy. You make the images. Whatever magics, I imagine it's something not dissimilar. Since clearly they're full of magic.
How large are they exactly?
Exactly, it will never be an answer I give you, but let me see, what's an example that Alexander will know? They're maybe about half the size of a regular Kit Kat.
Oh.
Sure,
Okay.
why not?
So like, you know,
So like the size of one finger or two, or half of two.
so like, you know, they look like D8s, right? If we're going to use dice, and they're about as tall as like half a Kit Kat. There you go.
Okay, no, that's a lot smaller than I thought. I was thinking like Daenerys egg sort of.
No. That's closer to the 3 that you have from the like the gift.
Oh yeah, that will be it. That's why I had that in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But these are like little D8s that slot into like the kind of reader table, and then they project up.
Cool. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm glad it does.
Well, I was thinking like I thought there was going to be like maybe some big shards or something around that might have been.
I mean, all things considered, if this is something Genbite just munched his way through, like that probably would have hurt anybody else, right? Given that they're like sharp, crystally D8s. So, yeah. Not bad.
So proud.
I'm surprised Fleabite hasn't been chewing on one.
I think
Trying it.
yeah, looking at them curiously. It make dragon big, make Fleabite big.
Would Fleabite want to be big? Is that?
If Fleabite can be bigger than everything, then that's fine. But slightly larger isn't much help.
Giga Fleabite.
I am Flea Chomp.
Oh, that's good. What was it? Machop, Machamp, Machoke? Is that it? Is that how they go? Yeah, so. You start at Fleabite.
It is.
Yes. Yes. But anyway, so Fleetwood, anything else you're doing in this library of broken dreams?
How broken are the boxes?
Like
the empty ones.
The empty ones have been like, well, they weren't open. So Jembite put his jaws around and closed his jaws and then just spat out the bits of wood. Yeah.
Well, we don't want them to go to waste, so I might just start mage handing them like into a pile next to Fleabite.
Okay, yeah. Definitely gets Jembite's attention. Doesn't move though, but just definitely like cranes his neck around to look at you while they're doing that.
Do you think or would Fleabite be able to tell if it's more interested in the mage hand using or the actual just moving boxes?
It definitely seems to be following what the mage hand's doing, but beyond that, is it the boxes? Is it the fact that maybe it feels guilty because it's trashed this place, you know? Or is it the fact that your mage hand's full of magic? Right? Hard to say. You could do an insight roll.
I will.
Okay.
Temptation to pet the dragon with mage hand.
Why not?
Okay.
Surprise is a lot better than I was expecting.
Yeah, no, those are good rolls, despite the disadvantage. So, I'd say it's 50-50, right, with what I described. It's hard to say if it's...
Probably one of them.
Yeah, it's hard to say if this thing's more interested, but it has been following the mage hand, but again, it's not necessarily... Like, the mage hand is going to interesting things and moving them into a pile, so that does raise its curiosity a little. I don't really get too much on that, I'm afraid.
Well, I think Fleabite would spend a wee bit of time just getting them together and seeing if any of them are just any more than splinters or like still a box.
There might be like a corner piece and stuff like that left, but nothing that's whole, sadly.
8 corner pieces by any chance?
I mean, you could probably try and fashion a box out of what's left, but it would not really function that well.
It's all hinges.
Oh, it's like one of those executive toys, right? Where it just you're there to play with it at your desk. Yeah, what's Vanger up to in this moment?
Good question. God, I'm not sure. I feel like we're in a position where there's not a great deal to do other than wait.
You could tape some of this wood together and build yourself a really dodgy staff.
I don't think I'm good to do that.
Okay, fair.
I think I may try and like just slightly tidy some mess, you know, try and make it not look quite as bad. Not trying to hide it, just trying to maybe make the visual impact a little less severe.
Okay, yeah. That's fair.
You know, sort of humming along, sort of doing a bit of not sweeping because he's not got like a brush with him, but you know, sweep stuff into a corner with his feet, sort of thing. And then like use a shard of the boxes to pick it up and dunk it into the other shard of the box.
Yeah. And what about Keldrath?
I think I'll be doing much the same. Although I would maybe turn around, you know, to Fleabite. And the condition that you're in, Fleabite, would you not be as well trying to grab some rest? We've no idea how long we're going to be here. Whether you'll get a long rest. That might be a good time to try, though.
I think
You've hit the jackpot, Fleabite. The first time you actually pitch in to help clean somewhere, and somebody's like, "You should maybe just sleep."
like Fleabite's clearly getting in the way.
We don't want to. In the back of my mind, I don't want anything else going missing. I didn't want to say that, but now you brought it out of me.
Bold of you to assume I need to be getting up and around for things to go missing.
Yeah. This is just thinking. He was talking about his mage hand a second ago.
Yeah, I know. Well aware.
I think Fleabite would
Not a euphemism.
would probably see some of the value in that, and would quickly consult the GM. Is a long rest does include some time of light? Or is that
Yeah. So you've got you can do I think it's up to an hour of light activity during any rest, right? That might only be during long rests. It might not include short, but I'm pretty sure it's up to an hour of light activity, which can include keeping watch, blah 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 blah. I've always been a bit looser with that because I think if you actually have to take the rules as written, keeping watch is a nightmare with a party.
Yes.
So I'm always just so long as you just are willing to stagger your watches and sleeps and stuff, I'm happy to just say we did that.
I think realistically, to do watches raw, you probably just need someone who doesn't really need to sleep and just stick them on watch all night. You need an elf for the night and an elf for the morning, basically.
Well, so here's the thing about that.
Or
technically, the elves don't get away with that as much as you'd think, because elves are still subject to needing the term a long rest.
Yeah.
They can trans for 4 hours, which means they get to sleep, air quote, for 4 hours, rather than the 6 to 8 hours that a normal person requires. But yeah, it's still they need to fulfill all the requirements of a long rest regardless, which still includes the 1 hour of light activity nonsense, etc. So they don't technically get to avoid that, which sucks. The what are they called? Warforged. They have that sentries rest thing where they can keep watch and get their long rest at the same time. Because they just stand still, in a low power setting, basically. So they get to do it.
The what are they called? The resin. You get that as well.
So it's either the Reborn, I think, is the term, and they get a better version of what the elves should have got. They get a much better version where it specifically states, where the Elven one doesn't. The Elven one relies on all the previously written rules.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting distinction. But yeah, for the question at hand though.
So basically my question was, if it started out as sort of intending to be a short rest, could it then continue on if we have that time?
I mean, since things come back on short and long rest regardless, right? There's no real cut-off as to a short rest getting longer, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, the joys of it all.
So yeah, essentially, I think that's sort of how Fleabite would be feeling, that what he's doing just now is that sort of light activity that you can do in a short rest, and if by the time an hour has gone by, you could continue doing stop doing the activity and just have a snooze or something.
Yeah, you only need to fulfill the requirement of sleep anyway, right? People just need to sleep once every 24 hours without risking exhaustion. So yeah, to be honest, given the state you're in, you probably can't really do much light activity-wise, which is why I think it was funny when you described, Fleabite just getting in the way. I think that does make sense. Maybe you're taking from the pile of angers piling up instead because you think it's just mess.
That's mostly. Well, that's partially because I know Fleabite does that a lot anyway, but using Mage Hand so it's less effort on actual Fleabite.
Yeah. What I'll do is I'll post in the chat just the exact wording so you can see what I mean by how awkward the exact wording actually is for it. So TI chat, there you go. I'll just navigate that for 2 wee seconds. I'll put in short rest as well, because why not? That's 2 hours of light activity. That's not bad.
But it can be interrupted by less than 1 hour.
Oh no.
If the rest is interrupted by a period of strenuous activity.
Yeah, at least 1 hour. So theoretically, you have up to 1 hour of stuff happening amongst rest without it interrupting.
So it says here, You need to obviously do 6 hours with no more than 2 hours of light activity, reading, talking, eating a sandwich, walking, staying watch, blah blah blah. The rest is interrupted by a period of strenuous activity, at least 1 hour of walking, or fighting, casting spells, or similar adventuring activity. The characters must begin again to get any benefit.
Right, I see. So it's not 1 hour of fighting, it's or fighting.
Or fighting, yes. At least 1 hour of walking. Which means if you're like, wandering around for an hour, you'd need to start your long rest from scratch again. But that's
here's a problem. This could be stated as walking for at least 1 hour, comma, fighting, comma, and there'd be no problem. There'd be no ambiguity.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't write it that way, because why would you want to make
Yeah. It does imply that the at least 1 hour part is like prefacing almost all of it.
Yeah, but obviously reading it again, that does seem very unlikely.
So I mean by like how
like,
awkwardly worded a lot of these rules are.
I can totally understand how they wrote that and thought that was clear, but it isn't.
Yep. And yet it survived how many erratas? Yep. Perfect wording. And to be honest, it's because they don't really care about long rest mechanics. Everybody does their own versions anyway. But you can see what I mean by like this, like
character creation either. Anymore.
No, they don't. They really don't. But that's a longer conversation / rant for me. Okay, so that should hopefully clarify what you're able to do. But that gives you like your 2 hours of messing around with your long rest, and then like the way I look at that as well is I always assume it's like 1 hour at the start and 1 hour at the end when you're like getting yourself ready for the day. With your 6 hours of sleep in the middle.
Yeah, packing up camp and things like that.
And, which is nice to kind of keep it neat. But also that's like the stuff where I'm like, I don't mind if you'll always technically long rest for longer than 8 hours, right, as a group, because you stagger your watch. But beyond that, that's fine to me, right? I prefer to keep that in the narrative because timekeeping isn't that important in certain games. It just really isn't. Oh god. Time for 5.5e. Well, it's on its way. Was it 2024? Was that the date it was pegged for?
Well, yeah, they're aiming for the anniversary, so...
Yeah. So yeah, it's on its way. Oh. And we're getting a teaser
who
of
knows?
it.
It might be good. It might be good.
You know, honestly, I don't think it will be. But you know, it might be. You're right.
Neither did I, but I'm trying to be optimistic.
Yeah, yeah. There was anyway. No, I'm not going to get distracted further. Long rest, Fleabite. Are you going to try for it?
Yes, but after the first 2 hours, can it be counted as 2 short rests?
Oh dear. I mean, think about this, right? Long resting is 8 hours of rest. Okay? Which would recharge how much of Fleabite versus 8 short rests?
Right. So okay, no. What I'm meaning is doing 1 8-hour long rest, but the first 2 hours.
But
so
I'm asking you why you'd
of...
want that, right? Why would you want the short rests versus the long rest, right?
Because if the 8 hours gets interrupted, then that way I'll at least have 2 psionic powers to keep me going through. Whereas if,
technically no, right? Because you don't get all of it back until a long rest, right?
Yes, but I get 1 back on a short rest. So I can get 1 back, use it, and then get my 1 back again, use it, and I'll have 2 in the bank.
Interesting.
Obviously, the advantage of the long rest is the exhaustion. I don't know how you're wanting to do spell slots on a long rest.
I mean, how do your spell slots work on a long rest? You should be able to...
They don't. Well, they come back on a short or long rest. But if I took 8 short rests, then I would get I'd get 2 back 8 times. Where if I took 1 long rest, does that mean I only get 2 back?
So, my gut instinct, right, for warlocks specifically, is that you would get the intervals of your short rests spread out through your long rest, because it's still that
Yeah.
much time. However, is that how they've been designed? Who can say?
No, I don't think it is how it's been designed. It
Um,
sounds more like it should have been designed that way, but I don't think it is.
But go look at your pact magic and tell us the answer, Fleabite. It should be in your rules. For Warlock.
Red as written.
It's
Get
a-
them back
it's-
on a
it's-
short or long rest.
Yeah. Red is written their equivalent.
Let's see. Warlock. Let's see if we can get a wee answer for
Isn't
this.
it funny how raw can mean rose is written, red is written?
Yeah. Even that's funny in itself, just right. Where are we here? Spell slots. Let's see. Right, so it just says you regain all expended spell slots when you finish your short or long rest, so it wouldn't matter anyway.
Okay.
Like, it just wouldn't matter.
Excellent.
Like, I feel like you didn't read that.
So then I should already have them all back.
Well, no, because you were missing 8, right?
But okay, that's 8 expanded.
Right?
And so I've had a short rest. So shouldn't I get them 8 back?
No. Remember? So, how many spell slots do you have normally?
2.
Right?
But I
So
can
you'd get,
surely have more expanded.
but you'd get 2 back every time you rested, because I told you this was the thing that happened to you so you didn't die based on the decisions you made earlier. Right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right, so Fleabite's
does.
capacity is 2 spell slots. So that's what
This is-
that's
yeah,
what
this-
they mean when they say you regain all expended spell slots, blah blah blah. Right? You get them back. However,
That's
I
how
burnt
I
you out
thought it
into
worked.
minus numbers because that was me exhausting your character in every way I could that wasn't just killing you off. Does that make sense? So, every time you rest, you would get 2 back, right? Every interval of rest, for a long rest, I don't mind if you want to count that as 2 each time. For the sake of you getting back to
Cool.
positive numbers. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So long as you're settled there, that's fine. But you can't have short rests mechanics mixed in with long rest mechanics. You just need to read the ability and decide how it works based on that. Okay? So if it does say you get all spell slots back in long or short rest, or if it says, you need to take a short rest to get something back, but you are taking a long rest, you can't double up. You'd still need to take 8 hours to qualify a long rest. Okay? Does that make sense? Based on how the rules work.
I'm
Not
willing
how
to-
not how the homebrew you didn't die move works. How you work normally. So you can't take 2 short rest mechanic recharges and still then take 6 hours rest to get your long rest. You'd need to take your 2 short rest recharges and then 8 hours of a long rest for your psychic recovery bullshit, right?
So ultimately, you need 10 hours.
If he wanted
No.
to do his recharge for the psychic stuff the way you described initially in this conversation, yes.
Because my psychic I get all back on the long rest, so I wouldn't need to worry about that.
Exactly. Right? You said long rest kind of covers you anyway?
And I'm happy to go with that. I'm just not entirely
Cool.
sure that red is written would entirely line up.
It's because the rules that you're subject to aren't official. That's why it doesn't line up. Because as I said, you shouldn't be able to have minus spell slots. And yet here we are. Fleabite doing things outside the books. Okay?
Then Fleabite will bed down on his nice pile of rubbish with cushion on top.
Excellent.
Start stretching out.
Also for Crimson's benefit, that is because sometimes D&D gets very murky when you've allowed players to get creative. Mostly Alexander. But Fleabite beds down. That's good. You can begin the timer. What's the other 2 up to while this? Is it just waiting then? Because, I mean, like,
Well, I wonder if while he's resting, we could encourage the dragon to rest as well, but I don't know how we're gonna.
oh, like,
That was
yeah, like
that was going to be my exact question. What's the dragon doing at the moment?
like it is kind of just like sat watching you 3, right? And like when Fleabite kind of settles down, it just begins to stare at you 2. So if you're staring at it,
Um,
it's just a really weird triangle of staring.
I'll, you know what? At this point, I'll probably just make some nice calming tea and take a sit down and prepare for the bullshit that we'll inevitably have to deal with.
Are you making enough tea for everybody that has to deal with the
I
bullshit?
don't know how much a dragon would drink, so probably not. I don't think I carry much water on me as a rule either, so it's probably like a couple of small cups to go around.
Yeah.
But there's only going to be like 2 of us awake anyway that aren't dragons.
Well. Yeah.
So I will do that.
Mhm.
Oh, I need to refresh the water skin. Well, water outside looked clean enough. Would you care for some tea?
Yes, yes, please. I'll share a cup.
Please have a seat. The cups are like they're not great condition. Like I imagine that it looks like a lot like stuff people would have used in like World War One in the trenches to have a cup of tea.
Old metal canteens.
Yeah, exactly. But and the tea is very much loose. But it's probably quite passable. He's got plenty of experience in making tea. Oh well, this is going to take some explaining. Sort of nodding his head over it, the carnage.
Just hear like an awkward moan from the dragon.
I know I suggested bringing the dragon down here, but I didn't think it would be this kind of carnage.
It's all right. I think naively, I decided to take them on their word. Not that I think they've been deliberately deceptive. I should say they talk about all this as if they don't use magic to achieve it. But well, clearly the dragon. Well, he isn't. It isn't. It's not growing bigger from just eating any old technology. It seems clear that the magic is giving it strength, sustenance. If that's the case, well, surely these are magic. It's partly.
Lots of different types of magic, isn't there? I mean, I don't consider myself to be other than my lightning strike. It's an ability from my people, my monk hands. I'm going to say again, I just stunned a dragon. That's not just purely strength, but is it magic? So many different types of magic to explain.
Manipulation of energy. I can't pretend I know much about monkish ways, but
Maybe that's it. When we first spoke to Sophim all those days ago, he suggested energy and the change in energy rather than magics. And maybe that's what we're seeing here, a change in energy. Maybe in some level, that's all our magics are. Just a change in one energy to another. Oh, this is deep.
there's change needs to come from somewhere. It's to cause it. I'd argue that's where the magic lies. I wonder then if it's not specifically magical. Then how would this dragon respond to any old energy? What you know? I mean, did seem to get its attention with that strike. I wouldn't deny it. It was clearly phased, but it didn't absorb the strike. It wasn't like it just fed on it. So clearly, there are certain ways to impart energy to it. In other ways, it wouldn't achieve the same effect.
Remember your guidance from the last session just worked, it seemed.
Yeah. When I tried to give it a small spell of guidance, much as I did yourself earlier, it worked simply as it would and did in your case. I don't think the creature got any particular benefit from it, but it appeared to very much work. But it didn't feed it. It didn't grow stronger, as far as I could tell, as a result of it. Yeah, it's there's something else at play that we haven't quite figured out. It can't just be energy, and it can't just be magic. It's got to be something about certain magical sources that allow it to draw energy from them.
I mean, we've seen it with the healing potions that it absorbed it, but it didn't make any dramatic change to the dragon as such. So yes, I do see what you mean. Maybe we just don't understand the amount of power that's held within those crystals. Maybe it's enormous.
Could be. Good berries didn't seem to affect much of a change.
Oh,
But these are very simple magics. Well, maybe not the simplest. Healing potions are not just anyone could make them, but then not just anyone could make a good berry either. Point being, some very low level alchemy, some simple tricks of druid craft, a very effective and useful trick, but they're not not a complex pattern of spells weaved into each other like I imagine these crystals probably are packed full of. They're just singular, simple instances of magic. I wonder how, for instance, magic warding. Now, there's a question. Magic warding. I've been assuming that the walls would, whatever made them impassable for you, would prevent them being flown over. So also, what if the walls are vulnerable? Think about what it is that it's fed on that we've seen. Potion. It's fed in the crystals. Fed in my berries. It seems it may have fed even on, well, fed, but been imbued with the power of Cynthia. And then think about what these things have in common. Well, Cynthia wasn't a affliction anymore. That much was obvious. She wasn't just a woman walking around, although she appeared to be. She was something else. And I think you can see that in a sense as being analogous of a spell or an effect generated by a spell. And if you look at your healing potion the same way, they are ultimately the effect of a spell. A simple, not maybe not a spell in the most traditional sense, but an active imbuing with magic. What is a goodberry other than magic made into an artifact? But whereas the potion was imbued with magic, contained all sorts of mundane ingredients, the goodberries, well, the way I produce them, simple as I I create them wholesale. I mean, there's some ingredients and some there's bits and bobs that go into it, but they're largely catalysts. Think of it this way: the good berries were wholly made of magic. It absorbed them, and they were gone. Potion was absorbed, but left behind residue, sludge, unmagical. Took the magical endowment out. It sucked the magic from the mundane. So what happens if you introduce that to a wall that's been enchanted to be impervious or unclimbable? Surely what you've got there is a mundane object imbued with magic. Enchantment, call it what you will. What would happen if you were to pass it an enchanted sword? I imagine what would happen would be it'd chew it a bit and you'd be left with a chewed up sword.
Or your
I think.
staff. The
Well,
staff.
the staff's a bit beyond testing at this point.
No, exactly. But an example.
Indeed.
Does
I wonder.
Fleabite still have one of the? Did Fleabite ever have one of the silver swords?
Oh, probably. Who can say?
I think the answer to that is no. Right?
It
Like,
is, no.
Technically, I think
It's unusual.
Eltriss's sword was in the bag, obviously, for various reasons, but obviously his inventory went with him. I love how he did technically come into the city and then just disappeared from the castle. It is weird.
We have all this stuff.
No.
No.
Much like you couldn't read Thodin's stuff either. Yeah. Did Eltriss, did he keep the silver greatsword or did he offer it to Thodin? I think he kept it, yeah. Because I made comment about how it was probably handy. It was in the bag of holding when he was swimming through.
Yeah.
Because obviously, if Tenth had seen it, it may have
Yeah.
been.
He will, yeah.
Given that it was a
did make
Gith
that
weapon.
comment.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But also, great swords not good for Skaven.
I think it was more just the fact that it had that silvered quality to it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You would have picked it up and just thrown it in the bag of holding because of
Not
the silver.
It's not the first silver that Fleabite has come across. If that needs to come up, then there is plans.
I thought is it the silver I thought was concerning it because it would associate it with source, right? That was
So for silver, it technically isn't a magical quality insofar as it's just like a physical quality of the weapon.
no, I mean to say that it would go.
No, I'm clarifying this for the
that's
group
Gith
though,
sword.
right? I'm clarifying it for the group. The reason why that's important is because it doesn't mean to say it's magical. It just means things get affected by silver in this world,
Yeah.
as if it's a magical effect, right? Also, welcome, Siren.
Hey, welcome, Simon.
What have you missed? Keladrath's punch stunned the dragon and then rolled well on animal handling to just tell it stop eating the library, and it did. So you've kind of missed
What
that.
point is it going to be possible to use animal handling?
I think animal handling is just a universal skill, to be honest. And
No, I mean on this creature, because at some point it is, at what point an animal,
When does it become
exactly
persuasion?
Yeah. When does dragon personhood kick in?
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get at. The communication. It doesn't seem to be communication back to us, but it's obviously understanding now.
What skill is animal handling tied to?
Wisdom, right?
Okay.
Stat.
Weirdly,
obviously-
dex. It's not.
It would make sense if it was I don't know, bullfighting.
Yeah, but
yeah.
that would actually make serious sense. I'd buy that.
But yeah,
I'd
so
buy that for $1.
so anyway, was there a question for me there? I don't think there was, right? I think we're good. So we've got.
No, just looking for things that we could try with the dragon to see if that we don't really care about, that it would, how much it would drain off of it. That's
Yeah,
kind
well,
of.
remember, technically your fists count as magical weapons, so much do you care about your fists?
Your fists count as magical weapons, right? But they're not.
As
So-
I'm sitting here just now, my fists, I wouldn't consider them magical weapons until I
Okay.
use them.
Mhm, mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
And then I'm pushing power through them. It would take a lot for me to accept that it's magic rather than just, I don't know. Don't know the right way to put it.
That's okay. It's that like weird overlap of like.
Sufficiently advanced punching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, technically, like your key energy would just be kind of like filed under like magic for lack of a
Magic,
better
yeah,
like
suppose so.
vocabulary
Yeah.
available to D&D, but it wouldn't necessarily be counted as like a spell effect, for example.
Or a spell effect.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Um,
that's my version of spell slots.
mhm. So yeah, it's a tricky one, but you're like, for the purposes of you punching things that are resistant to things that aren't magical, you get to punch with the power of magic, which is, fun.
And they can't counterspell your fist.
Well, not as far as we're aware. Give them a couple of books, more releases, and we'll see how that goes. I counterspell your punch.
It's just called the FU martial classes.
Oh
I thought that was every book.
dear, yeah. Fair.
But it's also one of those things, though, that you can defend against it.
Mhm.
I mean, Constitution rules.
Yeah, for the stunning part, yes, but like normal, just
Yeah.
punching is just AC, right? And it is
Exactly.
magic. You falling key power to stun things, to me, is just like you picking the right spot to hit somebody in, right? Like seeing where you can do the most kind of like, almost nerve damage, maybe, in a strike. So yeah, almost like the whole monk getting in tune with someone else's energies to find the right spot. But-
Disrupting them.
Yeah, but a lot of that is open to interpretation, which I like. I think it's better that it's a bit looser in interpretation because it lets you decide kind of what you prefer for your character. Okay, so do you have anything you want to attempt to experiment with item-wise with the dragon? I would say maybe check your inventories for that, or deal with that now. And if not,
I think I have some potions which
Mhm.
I don't think are liable to. Yeah, I've got a potion of climbing, which I don't think we're going to need anytime soon.
scream wipe to like a session later. Why did I feed it that potion of climbing?
I mean, admittedly, that's very possible.
But you
but
can
I also
you can
feel like-
shapeshift into something that can climb or be
Yeah,
small enough to be
and
carried.
also it's not going to get us over this wall, so
Mhm.
um,
Imagine you
having
poured it
some
on the
kind of
wall, it just collapsed the wall. Just
I will go to the dragon and offer him the uncork whatever
I would say it's more of like, it is a they at the moment, right? It doesn't seem to
Those,
have a gender.
dragon.
But its pronouns are a dragon, he,
Dragon.
him, she, her, they, them, gembite.
I will go over to it and offer it my now uncorked potion.
Yeah, and like it perks its head up and looks at you cautiously as you approach.
Well, if you're looking for some more magic, try this.
Like sniffs at it and then looks at you, looks at Keldrath, looks back at you, looks back at Keldrath, and stares at you for a bit, Keldrath.
Yes, this is fine. Not part of the library. This is a gift. Yes. Feel free.
I try to impart flea bite language as well. Like, yes.
I know.
It's
It's
good.
just kind of
It's easy to fall into.
yeah.
Uh,
In Draconian, of course.
Yeah. And then it looks at you, Vanguard, and then it just does that thing where like it inhales again. And then you're left with some kind of like mulch at the bottom.
I smell the creature. Give it a quick nod.
It like starts like slapping its kind of lips together a bit, and then kind of like shakes its head a bit, and then looks at you and blinks.
I mark off my potion of climbing as dead.
Yes.
And I am going to go and tip the contents into
Yep.
the thing that I was using to make tea.
Yep.
And I'm just going to sort of let them simmer out and see if I can. I don't know. He's just going to try and see if he can make anything with it.
Sure.
Probably to no effect.
And isn't it weird that alchemy isn't a skill in this game? You've got like a herbalism kit or something, right? Do you
I
have
do.
proficiency? Do you want to do your proficiency with that? Well,
Yeah. What is the appropriate one? Sorry.
what have you got?
Strength, Dex, Con, and Wisdom and Ka.
Right, well, is this something you're trying to make based on your knowledge, or is this something you're just going to see how it goes with wisdom?
Well, it is very much an experimentation thing, so I think Wisdom makes sense.
Okay.
And also wisdom is good.
Mhm.
Well, it's not amazing. It's decent.
Hey! Good.
23.
You make something. I'm just not sure what it is.
I will taste it.
Like, it probably...
Like a thumb, just like dip a pinky into it.
It probably smells pretty rank, right? It probably fills this, like, it's very aromatic, right? Like, it'll fill the room very, very quickly. Fleabite, you probably get like a good whiff of this before you fully drift off. And yeah, like even the Gembite like pops its head up and kind of like looks at it and cocks its head to the side. You put like a finger in, nothing happens. It's just warm liquid with mulch in it.
Yeah, putting a finger in really just to daub a bit off, get a drip on the finger, and so to taste it.
Why did
way
that sound so wrong? Daub a bit off.
I don't know why.
It isn't though, right? But it sounds like it. Woven in
just
mystery.
like testing a drink, without wanting to
Mhm.
actually take a spoon into it.
You want to like dip your kind of
Everything.
pinky into it and then like taste it?
Yeah,
It probably tastes
exactly.
awful, yeah. But as you know,
that's
without
not
imbibing
very
the
nice.
whole potion, you can't get the effects of the potion.
Oh, I know. I'm just I'm testing it to see what, if any, effect is left. Like, does it have a slightly different effect? Am I just tasting what I expect the base ingredients are?
It tastes like something's it's like if you had like your like a kind of like set of like tea leaves and different various plants to give like the tea more flavour and like botanicals and various stuff, but it's gone off very badly. Like it feels like it's almost rotten. Like it's got like an aftertaste of like rot.
Okay. I pour it into a vial in my in one of my pockets or packs, and then just leave it and don't think about it again.
Alexander, do you feel proud of the people
I
you
do.
And I'll put my stuff away, and well, I've discovered it doesn't hold up.
Yeah. If you're ever going to like decant it into a vial, you can write mystery potion.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a potion goop. Gwyneth Paltrow's. Is it Gwyneth Paltrow?
Yeah, probably. If it's anything to do with dodgy healthcare, probably.
Gwyneth Paltrow's potion goop. What? Who's done worse?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it's fine. It can fly anyway. Even if it had an effect, it wouldn't have been a problem.
And the thing I never mentioned, that's what I was going to mention actually for Crimson. The thing has climbed down half a mountainside already with Fleabite. So climbing
have a theory,
could be an issue
right?
for this thing.
It's got claws.
I mean, yeah, it definitely has claws.
That's my theory as to how it was able to achieve that. It grabbed the wall.
Yeah, it definitely did that. Right. Anything else you want to get up to? Because as I said, it is just settling in, right, time-wise.
Have a
So
pleasant nap.
yeah, you're gonna try and aim for a long rest as well,
just a
or
lie down and
yeah.
a read or something like that.
so a wee short rest for you then.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't get much back at a short rest, but why not?
I think you get your wild shapes back, but I don't think
I
you're
do.
out of them.
Yes.
No, you are out of them, right? Because you were out of cat, I think.
No, because we determined I would already have had one back because or no, both back. Anyway, whatever the case, yeah, I'll get my wild shape.
Yeah, I think that's what you get back on as a druid, which is nice. Galdrath, anything you want to get up to, and like when these two are settling down? You've got a bunch of narrative time, right?
Yeah, I really would like to go over and sit with a dragon and just basically ramble on in Draconic about my history, just to see if it's picking anything up.
Okay.
Just to see if.
Give me 2 rolls for this, right? Give me a performance and a history roll. Let's see how you do.
I will not be inspired for this or anything. Just
Remember, you have inspiration still. You said, right? Like.
Yeah, no. I'm just going to be talking gibberish. So
Okay.
it's performance and
Not bad. History.
history.
But hey, not bad, not bad. Yeah. Anything in particular you want to tell it, or just rambling?
Well, I'll tell. I'll explain that. My own history about being originally from the Dragon Eye Island and coming to the monastery with my family and just basically catch it up with my tale. I can't tell everybody's tale.
Yeah.
That's for them to find a way of telling themselves. But maybe like a comfort thing that I am able to talk Draconic was and not common for a change, and somebody hoping that the dragon is understanding.
Yeah, it's like back in your mother tongue, basically, right? Like getting to almost relax a bit, not having to like think about everything you say necessarily. Yeah, that's good. I think with that, like basically almost story time with Keldrath, basically. We're gonna like fade out on that and go to break, right? So we'll be back.
Oh my
in,
god!
I know, amazing. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, folks. See you soon.
BRB.
Okay, we should be back. Somewhat on time, but not really. Hopefully the audio is good though. Just guys want to speak for a bit and just double test.
Yeah, it's okay.
Perfect, cool.
Oh.
Good. But was it okay for you guys as well? Alexander?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Colin's a wee bit quiet still, but I
Wee
don't think
bit
it's not too bad.
Okay. Well,
I'll try and speak up somewhat.
thank you. Welcome to the Invasion Session 79 Part 2. I'm Ryan, the GM. It's the 2nd of February, which is also the 2nd of 2022. First roll of the game was 22-20. And here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything. And yes, Jeremy Crawford has some very interesting tweets about short and long rests.
Evening all, my name's Chris, and I'm going to be Kildrath the Dragonborn Monk, who's trying to train a dragon.
And also, good evening from Colin, who is me, and will be playing Vanguard the Dwarven Cleric Druid.
So, time passes, and
Cool.
I guess Fleabite wakes up first, because I'm assuming if nothing happened, Caldrath, you'd just, take your long rest anyway.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
if that's...
And same for
I
you,
certainly
Vanguard.
will.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if your
Yeah.
short rest continues without any
I think
activity.
he intends to take a short rest, but no one wakes him.
So yeah, Fleabite, you wake up. Everybody else is asleep.
And would you say the Fleabite has benefited from a long rest?
I would say so.
Yeah. It's just getting that one level
Yes.
of exhaustion gone.
What did you lose in the exhaustion?
The hit point minimum.
Man, that's so good.
So,
I bet you there are
and-
GMs out there that would rule that you'd need to still heal that up, though.
Yeah.
Right? That would suck ass.
I'm sure there probably are.
Well, D&D's hard enough, folks. Like, it doesn't need to be harder. Okay.
And so that would be 8-hour-ish intervals. What do you want me to put for my spells? I'm just going to ask. What do you want?
Yes, that is a much better question. You can just put your spells back to normal.
Now I need to just quickly do my size stuff. So many buttons. So I guess as it is, Gem Bite also is the.
I mean, it's definitely resting next to Keldrath. I imagine Keldrath probably is still near it. So yeah.
Fleabite probably does like big stretch, and like like when a cat wakes up and it does the forward and then back,
yeah.
that a few times, just like we really needed that.
Yeah.
He
Like-
looks so satisfied. A level of contentment humans can never attain.
As you do that, like Gembite like pops its eyes open and lifts its head up and looks at you.
I think just look back and probably just like cock head to the side a little.
Yeah, and it does the same.
Still resisting the urge to just psychically link again. I think that'd be kind of funny, but Will is holding.
For now. And at least you can tell that Keldrath doesn't look like he's been absorbed and become mulch.
Yeah. This is an extra big scale.
Yeah.
I think probably just like properly start taking in the room, and the have sort of a look at some of the boxes with the crystals.
Yep.
I think something Fleabite is curious of is trying to like quantify the crystal magic. I doubt he's going to be successful.
But like, in what way? Like, when you say quantify crystal magic, like...
So, when Gembite ate X of them, Gembite grew by a certain amount. Would there be any way of, say, trying to see the arcane strength of the crystal? Like how much energy it had held, or ones that are still functioning do hold?
I don't know what you've got at your disposal to let you do that.
Just
Knife.
arcane. Just like arcane check.
I mean,
an innate knowledge of magic.
The phrase "an innate knowledge of magic's" hilarious in context with Fleabite. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know if you've got access to that information, like, because you don't have detect magic, right?
No.
So you can't like even try and bullshit the limits of that spell, right? And as I said, you can roll Arcana, and I'll give you what I can give you from that, but it won't be much, to be honest.
Arcana is not a good one for Fleabite, so I didn't think we were going to get
But
far.
it's also just like, it isn't like, a lot of people treat it like detect magic, and it's not, right?
Right.
It's a knowledge of it, rather than. But I can, as I said, there's no. If it's something Fleabite would do instinctively, is what do I know of this? How did that make him go bigger? You know, like, yeah, you could still roll it, and I can, as I said, I can try and gauge what I could give you, but
then I think Fleabite will pick it up and probably like shake it to his ear, and that probably is because yeah.
Okay. I'm glad I don't need to answer.
Oh dear. Oh, that's not good. Yeah.
So
I've used the good rolls today, have I?
yeah. So Fleabite, I think the best you've got is Gembite ate these and got bigger. Beyond that, I don't think I can give you anything.
I think
Like,
that is perfectly fair.
Like, I will remind you what you experienced previously, though, even if it isn't related to this check, right? But you did get the fact that when these things were popped, there was like you felt magic, and then immediately it was gone, right? Every time one of these crystals was popped, as if it's like crunch, magic's in the room, inhaled, gone, right? That's something that
How like convenient would these be to like put in a sling?
Probably reasonably, right?
And you say everyone's asleep.
Except Gembite, yeah.
Have we related the story that our friend down in the city, or your friend down in the city, not my friend, I've never met him, is their enemy because he stole some technology? Did we relate that?
To Fleabite? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe we should have. Anyway,
I don't know how much it would help.
It's a nice thought, though, like Chris.
yeah. The things we should do.
Yeah. Because remember, Fleabite hasn't said anything other than Cynthia's gone, not what actually happened, right? Just she is gone. So it's anybody's guess. So what you haven't shared is quite vast with each other.
As always.
Yep. But yeah, Fleabite, like, you could probably fit one into a sling. Yep.
I think it's interesting, but the complete lack of information that Fleabite was able to glean is probably somewhat disconcerting is not the right word. What am I trying to think? Like
Unnerving?
dissuading.
Dissuading, right, okay.
So it's not like cool earth elemental stuff, it's just some boring book in a rock.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to throw it at something and make it get bigger.
That's fair. Mm-hmm.
So I think
Plus,
Fleabite probably puts it.
It's not like the room blew up either, though, right? So it's
Yeah.
not even like their grenades or anything exciting.
So I think, and now that I know that's an option, I think Fleabite would put it back. Probably would put it back in the wrong place. Probably wrong box. There's probably a lot not quite right there, but it's not high on Fleabite's priority.
Okay, yeah. And yeah, like I guess if you're just kind of like pottering around that way, unless there's anything specific else you want to do.
I can sort of wonder of could Fleabite work out? I'm not actually sure what to maybe perception like is how their filing system works. Now that I think about it, the end of this question is would Fleabite be able to see stuff from like when Fleabite arrived in the world? Do they have that as like their chronology, or is it more abstract?
Do you speak Baru?
Not yet.
Okay. This place probably does have a layout to it. It definitely seems catalogued, but
typically they are.
Unless it'll all be in Baru, sadly.
The Baru decimal system.
Hey, Dewey could have been a Baru. But yeah, I don't know, like, I don't even, like, see, because you've never been here before, technically.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know, like Vanguard knows where, like, Batuve got, like, the Genasi stuff from, right? Like, what shelf and whatnot.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, he could try and, like, go, well, if that was Genasi and this was this, does that give me some kind of context to make a roll, like an insight roll almost, to try and work out where things were, but you have nothing to base that on, sadly.
No, I think that's completely fair.
Yeah.
Then Fleabite probably is just like kind of looking at them, but not really taking anything in.
Yeah, because you've not even been shown how they work, right?
Yeah, Fleabite literally has just been told that they are sort of information repository.
Yeah, these are books. They project like your magic projects the end, I think, is your sum total. But yeah, beyond that, then like Vanguard and Keldrath can I come to as well after your rests.
Oh dear, I sort of dozed off there. Oh, I don't suppose they've been and gone already.
I fell asleep as well. Fleabite, have you seen anybody?
Fleabite quickly like looks around. Not come into room with us, no.
That's odd. I've been a little while. Wonder if something's waylaid them. Looks troubled. We can't hold up here forever, but perhaps a little bit.
In here, better than out there, yes.
I suppose so. I actually, I didn't see this going in. Can I have changed a spell over at the long rest?
Yeah, of course you can.
Right, because there was something I wanted to put in.
Oh, what were you thinking? Can we get to know early?
Yeah. Once I remember how
Nice.
to properly do this. Right, I don't want to move that. And it was locating.
Oh,
Locate creature.
okay.
Because I figure to avoid further problems in the corridors, it might be worth having active.
Mhm.
So
It's a handy spell.
I will suggest that perhaps it wouldn't be the worst idea to go looking. I could search out for them specifically, or perhaps keep an eye out for other company. Why is this not? I used to be able to get this to a decent. Right, sorry. What is wrong with the character pop outs? I used to be able to get the whole thing on screen so I could take a screenshot.
Don't know. Are you zoomed in or out on the actual?
Oh
like,
no, it's
pop-up?
letting me scroll now. It just wasn't letting me scroll. That was the problem.
Mhm. Yeah. So, Vanger is doing his spell prep for the day. Gets himself sorted.
I will send that to you
I
now,
know it's
Ryan.
perfecto.
Would there have been any? Okay, I guess was
Yeah.
there any reaction when Fleabite did his sort of morning ritual, so to speak, from Gembite?
What morning ritual? You the one where you stretched and he looked at you?
Yeah.
Or do you mean the one you're about to do?
You know, that stretch is really a common way of saying use mage armor.
So what I'm hearing is you want to
Use mage
cast
armor?
mage armor. Yeah.
Fleabite casts mage armor on himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like,
I
there's
would like him.
probably just a look at you, because I think it does have some components, right? Mage armor. Let's have a look what ones it's got.
Because it's the same as the.
Yeah, so it's verbal, somatic, and material. So yeah, like, you will need to, like, do your gesturing. Yeah, so no material components, but you still have to, like, wave and speak. So yeah, I think there's definitely, like, an interest from Gembite, definitely. But more just at the fact that you're waving your hands and speaking. That language that nobody can quite speak, but we all know it exists because you have to say spells. Something else I wish they had just decided that Arcane was a language as well, or spell speak was a thing, and that's the thing that, has to be heard and listened to and is the universal magic language. The equivalent of saying maths exists as a language.
How do we know?
Yeah. So yeah, you can do all that.
I mean, we know that trigonometry doesn't exist.
It's a lot simpler. It's all boxes and diagonals. Oh dear. Right. What's the plan? Is in the library alone. Your new spell list prepped, Vanger. Keldrath is awake, and Fleabite is armoured up.
Well, we can't take it around willy-nilly.
It kind of
But-
lowers its head down.
Perhaps a couple of us could take a wander around, see if we can't lay eyes on them. Perhaps return to our room.
We maybe go visit the canteen type area. I begin to think that we're going to be leaving here soon, and maybe some supplies might come in handy.
well, if you can freely access them and take them without too much.
Oh, they didn't seem to mind when I was there with 6th, so
10th.
10th. Sorry, 6. I keep
Yeah.
saying
You
that.
do, yeah.
I
Also,
know.
I'm beginning to think that
Aye.
Caldrath's a hobbit. Like,
I'm just saying it's. We were warned against their food, and I understand. Aye.
Yeah, we were warned against their food, but I took that as something that they'd prepared.
Yeah.
If I'm
well,
preparing it myself, I at least know what's going into it. Now, I may be wrong in that, but we had no ill effects from the meal I prepared.
no illithids? What?
Speaking of elephants, I will
As a mother.
accompany you about. Perhaps we can visit a room in the way and then head down to give us a bit of advanced warning or help us turn the right corner at the right time, perhaps. I will use a ritual of well, it wouldn't be a ritual, not a ritual cast. It's a concentration spell, but that's what he's calling it.
Yeah.
And not a ritual in the mechanical sense. I'll use
Not as the player handbook would have you think of it.
Yeah, I'll use a spell of locating to try and give us a heads up if 10 for any of his kin are about. And did I cast this specifically? Just looks like 3-ithid in that font.
Let's see. So I'm assuming it is like illithid is the type that you want to try and scan for, rather than 10th.
Specifically illithid.
Yeah. Okay, cool. No, that's fine. It does work that way, yeah. Let's see. Okay, perfect. Okay, that happens, and at the moment, nope, you're good. Genbai does give you a funny look, though.
Yeah, I was definitely concerned that there was going to be like more around.
I mean, at least within 1,000 feet.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I mean, it's like what, 300 meters, give or take. So yeah, it's not bad, not bad. But for example, your room is further away than that. Yeah.
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 Well, if we head out,
Mhm.
I'll keep it concentrated. It can
Yeah, you got an hour.
last
Yep.
for an hour, so that's fair
Pretty good.
chunk of time.
Yeah.
So we've constantly got that 1,000 feet aura around us of knowing shit.
Yep. It's pretty good. Who's all leaving?
I certainly will.
Yes, that would make. So here's the thing. I was thinking a lot about like a class that could hand off. This is a total aside, by the way. This just rattled through my brain a couple of weeks ago, and I've been trying to work out how to design it since. Either a wizard casting class, or maybe a feat. It's a bit powerful for a feat though, but the ability to pass off concentration to someone else so long as they know the spell. So if I cast something and concentrate on it, I could then just pass it to you so long as you also knew how to cast the spell, and then it would be you concentrating on it, freeing me up again. I always thought it was quite a cool idea, for like sharing the burden mechanically, but I haven't put more thought into it than that so far. Please continue.
So,
I'm having second thoughts about leaving now,
Okay.
why?
simply because do I trust the dragon just to behave? under
No.
Keldrath, under Fleabite's influence. But yeah, I'll join you.
Nah, it'd be fine.
That last gift's for you, Alexander, for what you just said.
I think if we're splitting up for a bit, then
Are you wanting to leave Fleabite alone in this library with the dragon? It's a better question for the two of you.
That is my concern. But
what's
what
the
would be
worst
the
that could happen?
What would be the reasoning for Vanger to be walking around with Keldrath? Not with Keldrath, with Fleabite.
You found Fleabite?
Yeah.
Showing him back to the
Yeah.
room because he got lost? I mean, there you go. That's easy enough, right?
I'm not sure that Fleabite wants to be found.
Yeah, that also makes sense.
But then, if Fleabite's found, it's less likely there's going to need to be patrols out looking for Fleabite. Right?
Also true.
Not that Fleabite knows this necessarily, but
Mhm.
the others do. At least Vanger has that inkling of him. He probably sent people out.
That's the way I'm thinking. That it's
But it's just if Fleabite ends up having a conversation with Tenth, there's a very good chance that Tenth will be able to.
Just psychic the link
Ascertain.
with him. It'll be easier. Just scare him into the access, right?
I just worry that Fleabite's admittedly not terrible deception. Actually, no, deception isn't. Oh no, yeah, deception
Well,
not terrible.
From what I know about
But-
psychic rat people, right, there's a lot more than I thought I ever would. Zig did manage to successfully jump psychically into someone's like comatose dying mind, and then cast mind link within there after using mind probe to get in. So, what's the worst that can happen to Fleabite psychically, right?
I think we've already seen some fairly,
Yeah, it's awful.
and that was with a wisdom save of 23.
And a con save of 23, yeah. A cheeky rare double save.
So I think leaving Fleabite sort of where Fleabite isn't the worst thing, and Fleabite could. Oh no, we weren't connecting just in case he could tap in. That was the worry.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It was reasonable.
Were we going to do anything with the crystal? Like the
I
phone gets crystal?
They seem to be concerned.
That it would also be intercepted, right?
Yeah. But I mean, that may be a supposition on their part. I would say maybe we should just wait until we're outside the city to do it. Of course, maybe they could offer us some assistance that might help us get outside the city.
Yeah, I feel like
But then
once
on the other hand, maybe that would be a bad idea.
once we're out of the city, we don't need their help.
The idea that you use them to get out of like this situation. Let's say, hypothetically, he used the crystal and you just get teleported to Oradak instead of anything else, and then Batuv just walks in and looks around,
Yeah.
and it's just like a trashed library, little piles
Yeah, I
of
also
broken
would want to do
boxes.
that to him.
And he's like, "Not again." Oh dear. Richter 2 Electric Boogaloo. So yeah.
So, our story then. Myself and Vanguard are going to leave because we're still searching for Fleabite. He hasn't returned, or Fleabite's going with Vanguard. And you found him.
I think that is chat. See, I do. Yeah, I realise he just went. But I needed to make noises.
It's good.
To stall while my brain caught up.
It's
with me.
processing noises. I liked it.
Yeah, so I do think that leaving him in the room is probably safer because they were clearly concerned by his absence, and are they just going to be, oh, how good that you found him? Or is it going to be a little more than that should they find him? So keeping him from them is probably for the best. And I think also that if we are just wandering around the two of us and then we are sort of called to go somewhere, that's probably okay leaving the dragon with Fleabite because it seems to have a bond with them. Like, I don't think that's too bad a thing. Probably you who can talk to it would also be good, but
Fleabite, that was basically permission, Fleabite, just so you know.
Also, was Batuve not coming back to the library?
well, in theory, yes. So someone should stay there, yeah, absolutely. But on the other hand, it's been a long time now.
Yeah,
I think he might have been intercepted.
I'm concerned.
by the time
maybe
you
not,
got to
I'm
the
hoping.
library and by the time you settled in, it has been like 10 hours since you've seen Batuve.
I don't suppose your locate could help with that.
It could, but at the moment, I'm using it as an illithid sensor.
Yeah. Or ideally an avoider. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what plans actually spoken out loud between the characters?
Well, okay. I can give us a heads up on when we need to perhaps scurry along, but it depends what we really need to get done. If we think we can find him quickly, that's grand, but I suspect we can't. But I do think it'd be a good idea to investigate perhaps the immediate proximity of our room, go and get some supplies, etc., etc. Maybe see if what we can overhear. Maybe some of the Buru will be a little looser lipped if they can be assured it's Kenf and his kin aren't nearby. Don't know. What do we what do we want to try to achieve here, really? I do agree that we should at the very least investigate the room. If we go over that way and find that he's there, do we want to go in, try and speak to him and buy time, or find out what happened with the search for Fleabite, or perhaps even the search for our Peru friends, if they are indeed aware of their aye. I do think we should avoid and
think should find Fleabite question. Particularly quickly come up with a Fleabite name for Batuve.
Mammoth thing, right?
Yeah, Mammoth Thing Library. Be something specific to.
Fainting mammoth thing.
That's exactly. Just trying to think, like, what has Fleabite seen him do? Faint is first thing.
we'd like to find him also. Fear that might take a little longer than I can maintain the spell for.
It's know of Gembite. It may have been forced to reveal it of Gembite to other.
Fair.
Which, we have technically lost Fleabite for what Tenth will think has been almost a day, a full day, maybe longer. And since we left the apartment we were given, we've now been away for
like 10 hours. Yeah.
10 hours. If 10th returns to our rooms looking for us in those 10 hours, This might not be a good idea to leave the library. Now that I think more about it. But as you say, we do need to find out information. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Apologies.
No worries.
So I don't know what to do. I'm second guessing everyone.
Stay here. No change happens. Must find no of faint mammoth thing. Should have come here by.
It's strange that they've been waylaid this long. But of course, we can't be sure. We can't be sure it's anything so dramatic. We could simply be being cautious.
We don't know distances.
He did say it should only take a couple of hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or it might take a couple of hours, something akin to that. But a couple of hours was the phrase he gave. It's definitely been more than that.
Bad feeling Fleabite has.
About this.
I was just trying to think, does Yoda ever actually say that? But no, I don't.
Not yet. In fact, maybe in the Clone Wars at some point.
Begun the Clone Wars have.
Or just like R2 in that season 6 arc, maybe. But yeah.
Vanger, you've said you just cast this spell to be able to detect 10th and his people.
Aye, indeed.
Would that remain if you were in cat form?
The answer is yes, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I would
You
have
just
had to
wouldn't.
check that.
You just can't cast it again. But for example, you can like say cast Call Lightning, maintain it, and turn into something, and still use the action to call lightning.
That's hilarious.
It's amazing. The Freddy game had a horse that rode in its own storm and cast lightning bolt at people.
Are you suggesting that I wander around the building in the form of a cat?
Yeah, spying mission. You may find out more on your own than. Nobody questioned you earlier when you were a cat. Nobody paid any attention at all. You may find more if we just technically used you as a spy.
Well, aye.
Avoiding 10th and looking for.
Very well. I agree. I
friends.
agree.
As you said, an hour out, or half an hour out, half an hour back will allow you to avoid 10th.
Oh. An hour out, an hour back, but I can use the best of an hour.
I don't like the idea of splitting up, but we do
I'm
need to find
happy
out
to do
info.
it. I'm happy to do it. There's no need to talk me into it. But I will advise that there's only so far I'll be able to go.
Hopefully
and then
it'll
I
be
will
all you need.
simply do it. Then, having done so, I will. Oh, hold on. Press the button first. Form of cat. Cat. And then I will scratch at the door to be let out.
I'll walk
That's the part
over
where
to the door.
like you're the only one that knows how to operate the door.
I was with him. I was here.
Also, there is the specific parts of your wild-shaped jargon, just for your knowledge. That's very useful.
Okay. Doesn't for okay. Yeah. Let's see.
And conveniently uses the example I have in my game,
Yeah.
which is nice. Also, the best part they're calling is that's when the party were trying to fake kidnap Cyril, and they decided to do it under guise of a storm, which was the best for me. So fun. Right, so we're going to assume that Vanguard taught you how to work the door.
I mean, he's seen it done a few times now. He's got a shot.
Yeah, but if we just agree to what I just said, you don't need to roll. And then you transform into a cat, and you get let out by Keldrath. I assume you're closing the door behind him?
I certainly am, yes.
Okay. So yeah, like as you do this, like Gembite just kind of looks up between like Keldrath and Fleabite, almost like, where did the other one go? Probably gives you like a funny look when he's turned into a cat as well.
Look, it's fine. As long as he doesn't look hungry. Honestly, he's probably too big to eat a cat at this point.
At least just one. So yeah. Yeah, you head out then?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you going? Back to the room?
I will do that first, yeah.
Yeah, you trying to do this stealthily?
No, not really. I'm a cat. I'm not too worried about being seen.
Yeah. Some time passes. While that's going on. Anything you guys are doing in the room with Gembite? Since it will take Fangar a bit of time to get back to the room.
I'm just going to say something kind of silly here. I'm just going to assume that Gembite is now part of the group, so I'm going to explain to him where Vanger is off to and why he
Okay.
changed into a cat, and just keep him as part of the team.
Yeah, just keep him appraised, yeah.
Yeah. He looked curious. Nobody told him what was going on.
I assume you say this in Draconic, yeah.
Of course.
Okay. Fleabite, how jealous do you get on a scale of 1 to Skaven?
Fleabite has more faith than Gemtooth. Gembite.
Gemtooth, yay!
And assumes that it's already understood and kept abreast of the conversation.
Okay. It's that kind of
Fleabite's
parenting.
not condescending like some people.
Oh, it's that kind of parenting, okay, I see. Competitive parenting.
Fleabite's probably kind of curious at the door as well.
Curious enough
Probably.
to ask about it, or just curious?
Curious to have noticed, tried to pay attention to when it was being opened and closed.
Do you want to roll Arcana? We'll see how much you took in.
Arcana. This is one of the few times I was going to seriously try and argue for, well, not argue, make the case for sleight of hand.
I mean, you can read the description of Sleight of Hand if you want.
I will roll Arcana and then be good.
Yep. So, I don't think you get much of it, I'm afraid.
Okay. Will and perhaps
And they're like shiny amethyst-looking gems.
Stop teasing him.
I'm just saying that's what he gets from his roll. It's not a tease.
Fleabite will probably just say to Keldrath, you of see how use knowledge book crystal.
Some of them. The ones in the door are slightly different. They basically open and you move the crystals around. One opens the door, one closes the door. Is that right?
Yeah, just to
You want
actually
to see how
describe
it
what you're
works?
looking at, like it is like 4 like amethysts on some kind of strangely ornate shelf thing. They all seem to slot into place, and like you rearrange them, and they seem to open and close the door.
Fleabite looks confused and gestures at the book crystals.
Yes. I'll walk over to the machinery and I'll take one out at random.
Yep.
One of the crystals out, and I'll plug it into the slot.
2 seconds. Okay, so you pop in one of the crystals from like one of the, the untouched boxes. Gembite obviously perks its head up a bit, stares at this process. Does that thing where it moves like both of its like, front feet a little bit. And then, yeah, you can go over to the table, it projects up. And for like Fleabite's benefit, the table's like some kind of ornate stone table with lots of intricate carvings on it. And a little almost, I guess, pyramidal like indentations all over it. And then the crystals sit in them, and then they project like, almost like light going up through them. It comes up as if pages of text.
In what was the language?
Peruvian.
Okay.
Yep.
No, I can remember if it was in like primordial.
No. Baru.
I'll pay attention to him watching this, and obviously not able to read the language. And we said we were in the middle of translating some stuff earlier with the stone that Sylvia gave us, and then it just stopped working. The power just seemed to have drained right out of it. We still don't know exactly what happened.
You still have stone, yes?
There's no reason for Vanger to have it. You can have it, right? Unless Vanger specifically wants it on his cat person.
Yeah, it wasn't specific. I don't
Yeah.
think I was even
Yeah.
necessarily sure it was with me at this point.
No, I'm not either. I never noted it down.
Wasn't that the whole thing? Like, that's the stone that it just finds its way to you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that was just a.
That was an
Baruz.
intense, a baruz, you could say.
Yeah.
I wasn't that. Never mind. A good title.
So yes. I believe I've still got it in my backpack, and I'll fish into my pack, and I'll bring it out and hand it to Fleabite. No reason for me to keep it whenever it no longer works.
What's Fleabite do with that?
Fleabite has a look at it for a good moment.
Okay.
And then hopes to be greatly inspired when he tries to figure out its arcane workings.
Also, sleep well, Siren.
Yes, night siren.
Thank you for joining
Night
us
siren.
again. Yeah. So,
Basically, Fleabite wants to see if there's any way Fleabite can try and power it.
well, tell you what, Alexander, why don't you pitch me some ideas, and we'll see if any of them are even viable first.
It's magic, and apparently magic has been sort of sucked out of Fleabite to power other things recently, and maybe that's something that could be more constructively done.
So, let's just revisit that sentence, okay? Something was absorbing lots and lots of energy around it, and Fleabite psychically chose to connect to it.
Yeah, so Fleabite was psychically connected to the rock.
Okay. And what does your psychically connecting powers state you can target.
That most things have to be a creature that can speak. But we don't know that it's not a creature that can speak yet.
Yep. Okay. If that's where you want to go with this, right? You know, it's not going to be secretly a mimic, either. It just starts eating you. That's always nice. Yeah. Do you want to try and like burn through your psychic power? Like, you don't get a connection to the rock.
This might be strange, but could I have the stone back for a second?
That's enough of that, flea bite.
Yeah, I just seen him sitting there going, and nothing happened.
Fleabite looks like probably mildly perturbed, but does hand it back.
I'm gonna walk over to Gembite with it.
Okay. Yeah. Perks up a bit when you approach, you know.
Yeah. See, this might be a bad. Sorry, I've just kind of.
It's just good because you're all just becoming Fleabite. It's great.
Ironically, I was doing Callum noises.
I know, but let's face it, Fleabite is weirdly just, you know, like a timeline kind of child of Zig somehow.
I'm working on the assumption I know that Sylvia and the dragon are
or Cynthia.
One,
but you don't, because the only thing Fleabite said is Cynthia's gone.
Exactly. Yeah. So I was working on taking the stone over to the dragon and seeing.
I mean, you know enough to know the dragon and magic have bullshit going on. So the idea that the stone had magic in it once isn't a bad ploy. It doesn't need to be Cynthia related for you to come to that conclusion, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I will do.
And the dragon does have gemmed teeth like Cynthia. So that is something you probably will have noticed by now.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, would I have realised the same? Because I can't ever remember that being a thing since I joined.
Mm.
But obviously, Fleabite's referred to her in those terms, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Because all of Cynthia's teeth were different types of like gemstones.
Okay.
Very distinct smile she had. So yeah. So what would you like to do with this rock?
So I'm gonna walk over to our friend Gembite, and I'm going to sit down in front of it, and I'm gonna again in Draconian. I'm gonna say, this stone once had some power in it. Is there any way you could share some of yours so that we can learn more from the library? See if that makes any sense to them.
Yeah, like it kind of cocks its head to the side and gives you like a funny look, a similar look to you know, when it was offered the potion, right? That almost double checking type look. And it kind of like sniffs at it, and it just licks the rock and looks at you.
Nothing then.
It kind of looks back at the rock and just like nudges it with its nose.
I have no idea what that means. I don't know how to translate that. You want me to throw the rock for you to chase it?
I mean, do you really want to throw the rock in this library?
No, I don't.
I mean, I kind of want you to because it's just more calamity and I think it's hilarious, but I don't know if Keldrath would do that.
No, I wouldn't. Not in this place. It's.
But I think you can tell from the lack of interaction that the rock ain't got no magic.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just a rock.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll turn around to Fleabite. I'll explain what I tried. I thought maybe the dragon would be able to share some of his power and recharge the rock from us, but from its reaction, that's a no. So I have no way of translating the text that you're seeing in front of us. Would you like this one back as a memento of Sylvia? Cynthia.
Sylvia Plath, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I just always auto-translate you when you say Sylvia, it's fine. It's Cynthia, but yeah.
Cynthia.
I think Fleabite will say, could be of use once again. Keep hold.
Sure. I wouldn't ever think of throwing it away, but yeah, we should keep it with us.
Imagine you did just like throw it away, leave it in the palace somewhere in a shelf or whatever, and one day 10th walks by and goes,
I mean, to
"That
be fair, you did
bastards."
sort of just throw it away earlier also. I mean,
Yeah. Oh.
And it came back to me, strangely enough.
So I mean, like, just had the idea of 10th finally going, he lied to me. Oh, that is funny. And ironically, he'd be self-fulfilling if he came and tracked you down after that and gave you it back.
Yeah, not exactly. Sent a messenger with it.
Yeah. It's like that meme thing about how it's like the weather predicting rock or whatever, and it's like, you know, if rock is wet, rain. Right, anything else in the library?
How big is the room? Like,
It's like pretty substantial. It's not as lofty as like the Runestad library or anything like that, or even it's nothing compared to the Evershade. Because remember, the Evershade library was an estate house that had been converted. Even like the Runestad library wasn't as big as that. But you can tell the Runestad library probably was full of books at one point, and then they made that one room that has the Book of Von Rune in it. So, yeah. So this is I'm trying to think of like something you would know the size of to compare it to. But yeah, like it's a room that has a lot of these shelves in it. Gembite is essentially eating a third of the contents of this place. And yeah, like given how much information seems to be stored in a crystal, it doesn't need to be a particularly big place, but they're like, remember, like, let's use Harry Potter briefly here. Ollivanders, you know, the back room kind of section where it had loads of like shelving and boxes and stuff. Something similar to that, like slightly spaced out a bit over a couple of shelves. And then the front area's got these stone tables that are the readers, if you will. But it's not big at all. It's definitely like, keep in mind, this is like a kind of hidden place. So it's not particularly huge. Like Gembite is taking up most of like the entrance and kind of like reading area.
Well, then I think Fleabite would spend some time just going around the walls and the underneath the shelves, just trying to make sure that the entrance that we know of is the only way in and or out of the room.
You want to search for hidden doors?
Would I ever use such language?
I don't know, but like it feels like something that's so tropey. We've never done it. It's up to you. Do you want to do that? Are we investigate check? You gonna use that inspiration you put yourself, or is that just gonna float?
Yeah, I think it will.
Why not?
The basic rules of early Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, right. That's a throwback.
I was actually just thinking, is that not a rogue thing?
Yeah. Probably not in 5e anymore. Or maybe a specific rogue thing.
It probably doesn't count as a trap.
A hidden trapdoor, however, by definition. Oh dear. But yeah. But hey! Yeah, okay, if you're going to search for hidden doors, right, is it hidden doors you're searching for, or is it hidden ways in and out, which would include windows, right? Does that make sense?
if the hidden part of that remains.
I mean, sure. It does involve like climbing on top of bookshelves, right?
Oh, that's absolutely no problem.
To check out, the windows and such.
That
The windows aren't real.
interesting.
Yeah, they're not real. They are just essentially light boxes.
Oh my god, it's like a building in World of Warcraft. Well, obviously not all of them, but some of them are ones.
Yeah.
Can I burn a psi power just to bump that up? I know it's already reasonably high, but just to make sure.
It's up to you.
Because it's one that I can. I've got proficiency in investigation.
Sure, if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there something you wanted to ask me?
Yeah, actually, are the light boxes like plugged in?
It's like I feel like we're turning this into like obtain information now, right?
Is there like
they
wiring?
seem built into the wall, right? So you're not like able just to like lift it off the wall like it's a hanger or something, but like or like a frame, I should say. It seems like built into the wall, but you're like when you get to it, you realise there is no outside you're looking at. And as somebody who has scaled most of this building, right? It's a bit odd, but they are designed to kind of like look like windows. But the closer you get, the less convincing that is. It's almost like they're designed to have been like, just to provide light and make this place feel like it's exposed to the outside via windows. But yeah, they're giving off light. You're not necessarily sure how.
But that would also make more sense, it being a hidden library. But
Yeah, there isn't just windows on the outside, yeah. There are no other doors you can see in or out of this place, either.
Yeah, cool.
Just that one wall panel with the crystals on it.
Interesting. Fleetwood would probably spend, more narrative time just with that like light box, trying to see where the light is coming from.
Yeah, and I think Kardrath, you get to witness like Fleabag just like pulling things off shelves and looking behind them, and I don't know if you're putting them back or not, but like at least just like climbing up on top of shelves and wandering around the tops of the bookshelves and stuff, and then like fascinated by the windows above the shelves.
I need to smack his nose as well.
Another stunning strike. And an animal handling. Fleabag's like, what sorcery is this? I have never experienced before. If only the other party had tried. Have cognate.
I'll just shout out to him, Fleabite, please be careful. We've caused enough damage in here. Please be careful.
Yes. I think Fleabite would easily see the opposite point in that the room's already trashed. There's not much that like Fleabite climbing on a shelf is going to change.
All that cleaning for nothing. But what does Fleabite actually say though, rather than what Alexander's laughing at?
Fleabite, I guess, would say Fleabite would probably just like snort and gesture at the trashed section of the room and say, "If shelf broken, then box broken on shelf make little difference, no?" Continue about his way.
I'll just shake my head and just find a little corner to go sit on and just let him go about his business.
So he just stares at these windows. Because like from where you're standing, Gareth, they look like windows, right? Like they do look like there's the outside, there's light coming in. Like it's just because he's closer, he can tell they're not.
I would agree with that. I can't disagree with that at all, yeah.
So Fleabag, how much time?
And he's not sharing any information as always.
No.
So.
But like he has spent an unusual amount of time staring at the windows.
Is there anything interesting out there?
Yes, very interesting. There is no out there.
No out there? You mean we're indoors? Are we inside the mountain?
Would it's probably stretching it. Would Fleabite be able to sort of have that
Is your
sense?
arching background?
Yes.
Yeah. Tell you what, roll something. Give me a roll, like investigate, maybe? Right? To try and work that out.
Okay.
Yeah, like based on like roughly where you think you are, you'd be in the mountain. So definitely not exposed to a facing.
If go further in, might get deeper into mountain. Could be of interest, yes. They would probably start like tapping the walls.
Yeah, and it's like the palace wall, like the stone walls that you've experienced before, like fairly nicely like carved. Yeah, you're just tapping on stone essentially. Gembite's giving you a curious look from like way down back at the entranceway. I don't know if Fleabite's starting to look more like a safecracker or a crazy person to Keldrath, but yeah. Oh dear. Any important developments in this room before I switch back to anger?
I mean, Fleabite could go on, but it's probably more interesting. Because I can see bringing out the hammer.
Okay, well maybe that is the scene, right? You like bring out like your hammer and crowbar or something. You tell me.
Well, yeah, just start with just the hammer, and maybe like a piton just to like basically to I just want to make sure that the wall is like solid all the way across, like up to what Fleabite thinks is the direction into the further into the mountain, and just start like tapping along, seeing how consistent the wall is.
There's a scene that I'm reminded of, that's why I'm laughing. It's from Father Ted, of all shows. And don't know if anybody here has watched Father Ted, but the scene in questions, like Ted is entrusted with a car and it gets a bump, so he gets a hammer to try and pop the bump out.
Yes.
And it's the phrase, I thought I had a second ago there, and then it zooms out and the car is trashed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I'm laughing, because that's just looking at the state of the room that you've cleaned up a bit, then you trashing it a bit more to try and find a hidden door, and now you've pulled a hammer, a pit, and then you're starting to hammer into a wall. So, Keldrath, how stressed are you about Batuv's reaction as you see like Fleabite just hammering into a wall?
Like Fleabite's not taking like chunks out of it. It's just like trying to make sure that it doesn't sound hollow.
I think my only response to this now is I'm just going to walk away and talk to myself in Draconic and just what going to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I was going to say thanks for sharing that, Alexander, because I was going to share there's the before. And then just that wonderful after picture. It's like, I thought I had it a second ago. Tapping away with a hammer. So good. Oh dear. Anyway, so, yep, if that's the case, muttering away, Gembite just looking awkwardly between like Keldrath pacing up and down, muttering, and Fleabite on the walls, tapping and listening and tapping and, doing what you do. What are you hoping for out of that though, Fleabite? Are you hoping that you'll hear like the hollow noise, the magical hollow noise?
Yeah, like we know, or no, we don't know. We theorize that that it was like a volcano or something, and we know that there are caves in the mountain. So there could be more, and we may have stumbled upon some way of accessing said caves.
Sure, yeah.
Or it could be like easier way into the sewers. That's always like a bonus for completely.
What do you mean you guys can't fit through here? Oh well, I'll come back for you.
Just take squeeze action. Oh wait, you're large.
Yeah. Well, one of them is, at least. So, Fanger.
Banger. Hello.
Within, say, 1,000 feet of the room,
Yeah.
you get a ping.
And I get a sense of the direction of that.
Yeah, like as much as Vanger's mind remembers the twists and turns of corridors, yeah, it seems like it points towards where your room probably is.
Do I get a sense that it's moving?
Nope.
Okay. Interesting.
I suppose it depends how much you zoom in your minimap, doesn't it?
I will continue to head closer to it to get a better sense of that.
Okay, very little changes. Like your magical arrow compass still points towards like where your room will be. Yep. Seems like it's there.
And it's the only of its kind that I detect there.
Like it's taken you like let's say I think I've said it's for about 45 minutes I think between the secret library tunnel or corridor and where you are.
Right.
So like yeah, you've wandered off and like yeah, you've even if you've been a bit quicker as a cat or whatever, to like reduce the time it's taken for the spell.
Yeah.
Regardless of that, like you've not had a ping since. Right. Which in a way is a good thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of like, is it definitely he is in there? You know, or is it someone is in there? Because if I'm getting multiple pings, that would be more of a someone's in there. But I think we can probably assume if it's just one, well, we're only aware of one. It's probably the one we've already encountered.
Yeah, checks out. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I would be inclined to say that's 10th.
It's a reasonable assumption. Yeah.
With limited time left to go in the cat form, I think I'm going to simply begin to double back, though.
Yeah.
I'll maintain the spell as long as I can, so I'll still have some time left on it, and the same is true with the cat. I'll try and take myself to a place where I know I'll be likely to be unobserved for when I know I'm going to have to decat.
But yeah, like even just like rushing back, right? It's fine. I mean, I think you could probably get there as the spell ends without too much work.
Okay.
Yeah. But you are probably like out of cat form, for the last like 5 minutes of turning the corners
that's
towards
fine by me.
Yep. And again, this weird absence of like staff for a place this big. Especially given how many were like in the waterworks, right?
Yeah. It definitely feels like they're keeping people away from us.
Yeah. And like as I said, you've seen a vast amount of palace. Even if you haven't seen necessarily all of the palace, you've seen a vast amount given what you've wandered. But yeah, you make it back to the door.
And I will let myself in.
Yeah. Fleabite, can you roll me a investigation again? Or a perception. I actually don't mind which. Not fussed either way.
To offset the disadvantage, I'll just go with investigation.
Any psychic dice you want to spend?
That's probably a good idea.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, like you have just like we'll say like maybe a minute before Vanger gets back to the room. You have discovered that wonderful hollow tapping sound with your hammer and your piton, implying there is space behind the wall.
Oh.
What did you expect when you did this? Why are you worried now? This is like when you crawled towards Cynthia on her arm.
Yes. I didn't think I would get this far. I think it is fair that Fleabite would make out like an excited noise, and would say, "Yes, here it is. Found it, I did."
Yeah, Jembite obviously like perks up at that. Caldrath, any reaction from
Found
you?
what? What have you found?
Behind here, there is something of not at wall. Come, here, listen.
Do you think I'm climbing up there? Got another thing coming.
You can fucking walk up walls. Like, why is this?
Yeah, but can I in here?
You've ran up the
Yeah.
walls in here, right?
Oh,
Remember you did that?
yes,
like,
I did. Yes,
yeah.
yes, I did. We did.
Yeah, it's the actual city wall that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yep.
So okay then, I will.
You can just
use
parkour your
my-
way up, yeah.
Yeah.
Jembite looks excited at the sudden burst of like physical activity, yeah. And yeah, like you go up to the wall. Fleabite, what are you imparting?
We'll like do the noise. We'll like do the tap, and then do the tap close enough that it's like somewhere that's not got the hollow sound.
Yeah, like clink, 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 clunk, clunk, clunk. You know, noises, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And like look excitedly and expectantly at Keldrath.
What do you think's behind there?
Something hidden, yes. Something they not want us to find.
Okay.
Yeah, pulls out crowbar now.
Carry on. I can't say against you.
Then
Even
you
if
walk
you
in
find just
during Keldrath saying carry on.
What? Fleabite, what are you doing up there?
I love how you see Fleabite and Keldrath on top of a bookshelf, like listening to a wall. Crowbar in hand.
Are you?
Vanger thing. It is tunnel or chamber or something of great use value, maybe.
Are we
Behind
sure we
wall.
want to break through it? Then that might make it easier for someone to find us here.
Or might have way of getting out escape.
well, don't be careful. But you know, Fleabite.
I think 10th is in our room.
But no faint mammoth.
Didn't get the chance to check. My spell, my transformation would have run out before I got in, I'm sure. There's no chance I would have gone without being spotted, and I didn't think it was wise to risk it right now.
Squid thing in room, likely waiting for us, yes.
I would assume as much. Aye.
Think of the get to faint mammoth thing.
If it had gone to them, I would imagine it would come here. I think more likely it's simply gone to the place that we would be expected to be.
Do we return to our room and claim to have been out looking for Fleabite? Or do we hunker down?
Gembite just makes like a whimper noise and settles back down.
Try the wall. Fleabite.
Like, don't you? There's a fraction of a millisecond in between Anger saying that and Fleabite just whacking the wall with the hammer and like a crowbar.
Something's held them up. I can't imagine whatever it is good news. Maybe they're being cautious and holding back. Maybe not. We might need a way out, but we're not getting him through that way. Whatever size the passage is, it's
Gembite gives like a very like apologetic look, like a very sorry for itself pet look. Like it knows what it did.
So yeah, Fleabite starts like
Like an athletics roll. Okay, yep. Probably vibrates more Fleabite than it does the wall when you hit first, yeah. This might take some assistance.
I think it's clear that this is just because Fleabite's slightly like injured. I like to think of it that is how that dice works out. That if Fleabite wasn't struggling, it would have been a 23. You would have easily done it.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's clearly what the dice have told us, right?
well, that does seem to be the story they tell, right?
Yeah.
I would think that's a reasonable way to interpret it.
Mm-hmm.
But in the reality of the story,
Here,
the result is that it doesn't go all that well.
Yeah.
if you give him a hand, then I'll.
I guess at first, Fleabite calls upon his psychic strength to try and turn that into success.
Sure.
Is this a case where it's a success or fail, or not just a add to?
I mean, you want to overpower a wall with a crowbar, right?
Oh, I'm hammering into it. Like I'm using the crowbar as a chisel.
Yeah. I think what I said stands.
So it's more of a question of time. I'm not trying to lever it out. I'm trying to bash it through.
Yeah. You're still trying to overpower a wall. The wall is the problem. You're trying to overcome the problem. Athletics is the means to do that. You've rolled an 11. You haven't got through. How would you like to interpret that further?
My question is that it's going to take, because it's 11, it's going to take a long time, or because it's 11, it's just not possible.
Well, I mean, it's clearly going to take longer because you haven't made any progress.
Fleabite. If he's still having trouble after a moment, I unhook my my hammer from my shoulder. Let me give it a whack.
I love the idea it's like the dwarf taking off his top and just being like, okay, fine, it's a wall, I'm a dwarf, out the way.
I'm going to climb back down and stand beside the dragon out the way.
Thank you. The shelf looks pretty broad, but yeah, I'll clamber up the shelf.
Yeah.
And,
Can you give me a climbing roll just to see how that goes? So it's an athletics to get up. I just want to see.
To get up.
Just want to see how it goes.
Isn't the worst.
Yeah. Okay. No.
It's not the best either.
But it works. It's good enough to get up.
And yeah, I'll stand back at just a slight distance, and what I'll do is I'll almost like swing it as if I was golfing.
Yeah.
Because I had cause to break some glass recently at work because it needed to be disposed of because it was in long shards.
Right.
And I basically took a broken piece of chair, stood at an angle to it, and whoop, putted it, and it worked really nicely.
Were you wearing any kind of eye protection?
I looked away, right? So if you're
If I-
council, do not listen to this stream. You're not allowed.
I can't see it, so it can't hurt me. Yeah.
Well, it's less likely to hit my eyes. As my eyes aren't
Isn't your,
facing toward it.
So I know you've just rolled there, right? But
13.
the what do you call it? What is the hammer you're actually using? Is it just an actual, like, is it a light hammer? Is it a war hammer? What is it you're
It's
using?
a warhammer. I'd be holding it two-handed.
Yeah, so you're rolling to attack. That's what you're rolling.
You want
Yeah.
me to roll to attack?
Yeah,
the wall?
it's not the athletics roll, yeah.
Oh, okay, fair.
Yeah. Okay.
Does 14 hit the wall?
It does, because the wall has an AC of 10 by default.
Okay.
Because static things have ACs of 10.
It's not the best roll.
Nope, but it is a crack in the wall, at least. So it's a start.
It's a good point, though.
You're looking for good points.
Like don't hammers. Isn't there something like with a hammer that it gives you advantage to strength checks for breaking something? There's some tool with a random.
Possibly, but I'm not sure if this one would count as such. But
I have no idea, but feel free to Google it.
for all I know, I probably have something similar in my bloody Explorer's pack or something like that. Who knows? We don't think about that. Right. Give it another whack.
The crowbar gives advantage if you're using the crowbar's leverage, which this wouldn't be.
Well, here's the thing. Once I've cracked to open a bit more, you probably can do that.
I'll actually give you some of the wonderful, since Alexander brought up. Where are we here? Let's see. There's a snapshot of it.
Sorry.
So sadly, it does mean that would have been a miss, but I said it was a hit so far. Stone's an AC of 17 apparently.
AC of 70? I guess that's to represent the fact that they are
It's a blocky
well
boy.
armoured.
Yeah. It's a blocky boy. At least
I
it
take
gives
it you
us
don't. There's no dwarveniness that you've got to.
It doesn't. It helps with identifying stone stuff. Doesn't help with breaking it.
Yeah.
Like identifying a weakness in the rock.
I don't think it's the right sort of thing. I think it's more like architectural. Although, let me have a look at the specific wording. Where is it? Where is me dwarf thing?
I mean, if you want to get really technical, Fleabite could hold the crowbar up against the point Vanguard identified as the weakest spot of the wall with
Relating
a
to
roll.
the origin of stonework. Whenever you make an intelligence (brackets history close brackets) check relating to the origin of stonework, you are considered proficient in the history skill and add double your proficiency bonus to the check instead of your normal proficiency bonus. That sounds more like identification of different types of stonework rather than identification of like this is vulnerable in this point.
Mhm.
I could be talked into it if I mean I don't know if Ryan could.
No, like if so here we go, right? How about I offer you this? You want to use the crowbar, and you want it, and Vanguard hits the crowbar that Fleabite is holding against the point on the wall that Vanguard has rolled history on to identify the right spot of. Why the hell not? Right?
Sure.
So I think we start that off with a history roll from you. I think do you get advantage on that? Was that what that said? I don't know if that's what that
No,
said.
sorry. I considered proficient in history and add double proficiency bonus.
Okay, so if you want to do that just now.
I'm already proficient in history, so it would basically just be adding double the proficiency bonus. What is my proficiency bonus?
Well, you'll be adding just the
4.
proficiency bonus again, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So add 4 to this. It's
Okay.
a 19.
Okay, so I'm going to tell Fleabite where to hold the crowbar.
Using my brilliant dwarven stone identification skills, I spot a crack that has deceptive depth. And I say to him, Fleabite, if you come up here and sort of hold it there, just put the end in that bit.
Yeah.
South
Yeah.
Ayrshire Council do not listen.
Fleabite comes up and does so.
And
Looks away because that's the right way to protect
yeah,
yourself.
that is yep.
Okay.
It's officially
Would you like to roll your attack with advantage? Bullshit.
sorry?
To roll your attack
Yeah.
with advantage.
Yep.
Yep.
And I will do just that.
Okay, look at that. You
There we
definitely
go.
hit the
Very nice.
17. Yay. Click your damage.
And it's a 3 again.
Yep. However, parts of the stone knock through. It falls like at least the height of these bookshelves before it hits stone.
Sounds like a similar sized room on the other side. That's promising.
Can feel like the air, flow changing as well.
Fleabite, do you think you can crowbar the rest of it?
Fleabite will give it a good go.
You can also just
I
start
don't want to be making too much noise.
I mean,
avoid it.
depending on how quickly you want to do this, you could just keep hammering the wall and he could just crowbar the other bit of the wall, right? You could be doing this at the same time.
I'm sort of conscious of the fact that this is probably making a bit of noise.
Oh yeah, it's definitely loud, yeah.
And I think that just sort of pulling out the loose bits, would be...
Okay.
Yeah, I think crowbar's the way to go while we're trying to be somewhat subtle.
Okay. Is that what Fleabite's going to do, or is Fleabite going to expect Banger to hit things with a hammer?
No, Fleabite will give it a help. Did you say any of the stone fell out like on our side?
No, because it fell through.
Yeah, it fell through. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, can Fleabite try and look through?
You can, yeah, but you can't see anything. Just seems to kind of go on. You can definitely seem like yeah. How to word this? It looks like there is a structure there at the other side. You can't make out too much, but you can tell definitely. Obviously, like this thing obviously fell through and hit a floor that seems to be roughly the same floor height of the room you're in.
That's good progress, I think.
Yeah.
So what would you like me to roll for crowbar?
It's athletics, yeah. And you're rolling normally if it's giving you advantage for leverage.
Excellent.
Hey! Yep. You start knocking through more of it. Are you letting the stuff drop on the inside, or are you trying to pull it into this side?
Yeah, I think levering it towards us.
Okay.
So that it falls.
So Keldrath just watching all these rocks just tumble down the bookshelves that Vanger and Fleabite are on top of. Gembite's obviously moved to crane its neck around the shelves to look up the corridor that they're in, or up the aisle, as it were, that they're in. Yeah, you lever open, I guess, enough room that all of you could get through, and at a push, it probably, given how much you know about Fleabite, Gembite has reasonable strength, even when it was smaller, since it was able to help you push that door open. Yeah, granted, it did struggle a bit, right? But with your help, you did get it out. Now that it's bigger, it probably could squeeze through here and probably make the hole as big as it needs to be as it squeezes through. Given what yous have done, stonework wise so far, but all yous could fit through, reasonably, without the squeezing rules so far. That's the plan.
I mean, I feel like as soon as it's getting squeezable through, Fleabite would start making motions to go through.
Do you have anything you can do to sort of light the way?
See in dark vision?
Yeah, that would work. So do I.
Keldrath,
if we
Yeah, I'd like them to report back what they've actually found in there first before I make that
that's sort of
decision.
why I was thinking.
Tell me what you found. Tell me what you found. I'll shout out to them.
Keep it down a little.
Oh,
Okay, so for point of wherever it is, views went inside.
Yeah, I'll follow Fleabite in. I
Okay.
will follow Fleabite in.
Okay, so there is a bit of a drop, because obviously there's not a bookshelf on the other side. And you follow the height of the bookshelf. Yep. So can I get an acrobatics roll from both of you?
Oh yeah, this will be good. It's not good.
Okay. Do I take a d6 of damage from your finger?
I'd love to, Ryan. Let me just roll that quickly.
And probably is like a shh from Fleabite's Vanguard, just like funk.
Wasn't intentional.
Caldrath, what are you doing on your side with just a pile of like fallen bricks at the floor and looking up to the hole that's in the wall above the bookshelf?
I'm tidying up, trying to protect
Yeah.
the library.
Gembite's like headbutting you in the back. Mostly because it's
the
just like
strange thing-
involved in the activity.
The strange thing about what we're doing here is going through my mind is that they've gone through the roof and then had to drop onto a floor. That's confusing me a little bit.
Right, so imagine a room that has it's got very tall, like it's like 6 to 7 foot tall bookshelves, right? And then the bookshelves are very broad, obviously, with these fancy ornate boxes on them. And they've climbed on top of that, and they've knocked through. So they're not going up; they're still going through the wall.
Right, okay,
they've-
so it's
they've
beside
dropped-
us rather than above us.
And they've dropped
Yeah.
in
Right.
to that room, and that room seems to have a floor the same height as the room you're in.
I've got you.
Yeah.
I've got you.
Yeah, that's just for a bit of
Yeah.
clarity. Yeah, I know it's theatre of the mind's sometimes awkward. So yeah, what's the plan?
So, okay, I'm gonna make my way back up to the top of the bookshelf and poke my head through, and not being able to see anything, I'll quietly go, "Are you here? Is everything okay?"
Well, Ben's what we find.
Yep.
Do you reply to him though?
I think we'd look around the room first.
Yeah.
Well, he's
Okay.
saying this as you fill in, right? So that's why I was
Yeah.
like, you're in the dark. You seem to
Well-
be in a fairly ornate looking corridor that seems to like spiral away from you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll reply about that. Aye. We're in a corridor.
But it is dark. Like
Oh, there's no light at all.
The-
Yeah.
and the other corridors were they just lit by like lamps or something similar.
When you say the other corridors, most of the other corridors had windows.
Okay.
Yeah.
How
Aye.
far do we want to go in this way?
You two can give me perception checks if you want, but they will be disadvantaged just because of the lighting condition. Even though you can see in the dark, there is like no light here.
Cave dark.
It's not good. 9.
Oh, then can I actually? I probably can.
You can still roll. Disadvantage doesn't stack, so
Okay.
like you still get to roll with disadvantage. You're in a good position here, having it already.
Yeah, makes no sense to you.
Luckily, the roll 20 saw to it though.
Yeah. I think Fleabite would look at the. It's probably going to be not possible, but Fleabite will look at it and ask Vanger, like motion to the stonework and say, "Is of elephant thing or wind thing?"
I understand what you means by that. Will I be rolling with disadvantage here also?
No, it's just a normal roll, right?
Cool. So I'll be rolling for my
For the history,
stone
right?
interpretation. So it's +4 to this. It's a 13. It's not a great roll.
But it looks a lot more Janassa than it looks Baru.
Okay.
Yep, yep.
Okay. Well, does look Genasi. This is probably an older structure.
Caldrath, you hear some kind of throat type kind of guttural kind of noises, so from a Gembite, and then it puts like a claw on one of the shelves and just like you can hear the creaking of the wood where it's clearly putting its weight on the shelf underneath you.
Is it safe to come in?
Seems it.
Did you guys learn if Betuve spoke any or could understand languages like other than the point is, could we leave a message for Betuve in a language that
He
the
spoke.
illithid are less likely to be able to decipher themselves?
Okay, what languages do you think they are less likely to understand, first of all, and then you can make an educated guess.
He did seem to have knowledge of other languages, right? Because he was able to.
Well, you all spoke about
us.
languages, right? Like, you did speak them. Like, he at least speaks
I
Primordial,
think if I
right?
leave something in Primordial,
Mhm.
you'll have a good shot. Because he seemed to be knowledgeable about it, if not necessarily speaking it.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I look up at the hole.
Yep. A silhouetted Kildrath.
Maybe it's not going to be easy for me to get back up there.
could
I'll
write a
spell
note and
it out
pass it.
phonetically.
You could just write a note and pass it to him, right?
Hold on.
It's probably going to be hard to stretch up that far, but I can do that, sure.
Why don't you just give it to Fleabite? Because Fleabite
Also,
might.
Kildrath can run up and down walls.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I always forget about that.
Yeah, that's fair.
But okay, then Fleabite also just silent images something to write in thieves' camps. That's much the same.
Have I opened the right thing here?
Yes.
No, wrong one.
I'll just and I'll leave a sort of generic message that's vague enough not to immediately we were concerned by your absence and have decided to
Trash your library.
take the old road or something like that. Yeah. We hope you are well.
Oh yeah. He's going to try and describe it up to Kildrath. Yeah, you can scribble that down with his scribe powers, his tattoo.
Oh well.
Yeah. I'll sort of.
Have you ever seen that
guess I
before
probably
yet,
don't have it
Alexander?
easily.
Maybe, but wow.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah. Did Tink have something similar? No, it was the alarm. That's it.
No, Tink had that like little gadgety thing that says the mast can just scream at people if it's not with the party. Yeah, on the ship. Yeah. No, these are the kind of things Kildrath started with, these cool tattoos, which are awesome.
Yeah.
Very handy for his
Other with thieves' camp then. That's way better.
So I'll describe, rather than bothering with writing a note, I'll just describe that phonetically to him because I don't know if I have anything suitable to write with. I'll be honest with you.
Do you want to make this
He does though.
special, like with the tattoo, like the actual only Betuve can read it? Then
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, I like the idea that like Vanguard, you describe how to do all this phonetically, and then like Kildrath just doesn't bother. He just writes it in invisible ink.
That's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. It's up to you. Like you can try and do it that way, but I don't mind how it goes.
Go for it.
Because he can make it for the next 24 hours. Only Betuve can read it.
Write it in that anyway, and then there's at least a chance that if someone else finds it later, they won't be able to read it. A good chance as well.
You feel the creaking of the shelf underneath you as well as you're doing this. Like, there's a second claw on the shelf.
I'm going to climb back down to be able to leave this in a position where it's going to be found.
Where in the mess do you want to put it?
Yeah.
On the reading table, yeah.
It's
As
got
soon
to be on the reading table.
As you hop down, obviously Jembite lets go of the shelves and looks at you, and then looks up at the hole and looks at you. Then you pop it on the table, and then you head back. Do you pop up again and head through, or what's...
I'm gonna say to Jembite, up you go. You go first. On you go.
Jembite,
And Draconian, obviously.
Jembite just looks at you and he looks up at the hole up in the ceiling and looks at you and then kind of like cocks its head at the side as if, really?
Yeah. If you can get in, go on. On you go.
Yeah. And the thing, like, it like, clutches onto the bookshelf. You can hear the wood creak under the weight of the dragon. It does like smash through one of the higher shelves and like steadies itself on a lower shelf. Boxes go flying underneath it. It does that thing that cats do where they scramble faster. It just claws its way like through the bookshelf onto the stone, and then before it really gets like any more than its neck through the hole, like the hole kind of just collapses with the weight of Jembite, and the bookshelf gets like smashed through. So there's now just a destroyed bookshelf, bunch of boxes smashed on the floor, crystals scattered everywhere, and the walls you could probably just walk through now.
Okay, well.
That made my job easier.
Jembite looks up awkwardly out of the rubble.
It was supposed to be a secret.
Don't know how much of a secret, a person-sized hole at the top of the room would have been anyway.
Well,
but yeah.
At the very least, this isn't a place they know about yet. I shrug.
Jembite just looks a bit sheepish.
Right. Well,
I'm just going to pat him on the shoulder and walk through beside him.
Yeah. It is dark here, so like, unless you're doing something about the lighting, I don't think you can see in the dark, can you, as a Dragonborn?
No,
So-
I don't have any.
Yeah. Does anyone assist Caldreth? Because you know he can't see in the dark by now,
we
right?
got a torch. We'll give him a torch.
Oh, I do have a torch, so I could light that. I just wasn't sure whether we wanted to keep it dark at the moment.
You don't smell any
Um,
gas, so you're safe so far.
How about we take a little bit of a head and you stay behind with your torch? We'll give you a heads up if it seems like anybody might be around to spot the light.
Jembite just
Perfect,
puts its wing
perfect.
around you, as if it's got an arm around your shoulder.
Can Jembite see in the dark?
Don't know. Can it?
You tell me that. Or two dragons together for afraid of the dark. Yeah, brilliant.
It's good. Yeah.
Vangar. Your spell for detect intense. Is that still active? Can that be reactivated?
It's expired some time ago. It can, but it takes some concentration and no small amount of effort. I can only do that sort of thing so often. If you're sure, I'm happy to do it now. But
No. It's up to you if you think we'll need it, or we can just push on. Just
I
you
think
mentioned earlier.
the chances are that we're heading somewhere they don't know about, considering it's a hidden passageway behind a door they didn't know
Didn't know
about.
existed.
But of course, we can't be sure exactly what it will lead to. Nonetheless, we'll find out soon. I do think I'll be prepared to have it up at a moment's notice, which is just always the case because essentially. But I'll just say that to be reassuring.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How far ahead is Fleabite during this exchange? Is my question.
Fleabite actually is like squeezing back to go into the library.
There's no squeezing. Did you miss the part where Jembite fell through and destroyed the wall?
It was more just squeezing past Jembite.
Oh yeah,
Wasn't
that's
sure if
fine.
there was-
Yeah. No, there's a big enough cord. It's why your like dark vision didn't kick in straight away. Like
Cool.
the fact that this is a reasonably large space. Yeah.
Just run over to pick up the pile of broken
Boxes.
boxes that Fleabite had collected into one bit. Just quickly put them
Okay.
into the bag and then
Okay.
run back to the front.
Do you want any more box parts? The ones that were trashed with the shelf you stood on?
No, I think just the ones that had broken.
Okay. Initially.
The ones that had crystals that are now gone.
Right. Okay.
If the crystals still exist, then they can put them back in
Yeah.
stuff for us.
Okay.
These boxes are completely going to spare.
Okay. Right.
And then head back up and see what we can find.
So you and Vanguard leading the front, and obviously,
Sure.
as soon as so is Keldrath and Jembet like just like hanging him back, or are they gonna just like give you like say like 10 foot of or 15 foot of like space and follow Bear? Though, what's the plan?
Should Vanguard go at the back?
Because I'm slow, or because having someone with dark light sight in the
Someone with
back
dark
is
vision.
also valuable? Yeah. Okay, if you think that's
I mean,
open to
I think
idea.
that's the most dangerous place to be at the moment. So yes, that is why Fleabite suggesting Vanguard.
I don't mind taking up the rear if that's what you think will work. Right, I'll hold back a bit. Take it easy on the old legs.
And I'll say, just stay on the edge of the torchlight, however
Mm,
far the
mm.
torchlight goes. So
I guess
I
it
won't
goes
be.
does,
I
doesn't it?
won't be far behind. Don't you worry.
I want to say like the dim light of a torch goes 40 feet. So yeah, it's pretty good.
seems reasonable.
And the bright light is 20 feet. So yep. So we've got our little convoy going, and
As for speed, like unless we're doing shenanigans, Fleabite is quite slow at the moment.
yeah. So are you going to be using your dash to keep up appearances, Fleabite?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, just to keep up with their average speed, I guess. Or
Yeah, and Caldrath won't be going super fast because he's got Gembite in tow, or Gembite has him in tow. One of the two, right? So yeah, he's head forward. This like this place looks like, as I said, the walls seem fairly ornate. As I said, this isn't just like a a roughly carved place or not. It seems like it was carved with some purpose, some like what's the word I'm looking for? Not reverie, but like significance, maybe. That's a better word. It's not the word I want, but it'll be good enough for now. You approach a similar enough door that Fleabite recognises it as like a similar kind of door to like the big chamber that you've seen before. And the one that led to the egg chamber.
similar, but not.
It's yeah, like you can tell, this is
Similar,
clear.
not similar.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Perfect. Very succinct way of putting that. Same but different. So enough of it is similar that you can recognise it, but it's not not quite the same.
Well, I think Fleabite will say.
And the last one was like very like old and dusty and like kind of crumbly, and this one's like, almost like perfect marble.
Oh, okay. Like it's been maintained.
This looks like the walls outside level of perfection.
Well, Fleabite will say, when find Dragon Egg Cave was guard stopped by similar wall door.
And to open it, no problem at all, or was it?
Might be of loud, but this one of look very clean fix.
I'm just going to assume you all end up staring at this door.
Wow.
The door's about 10 feet wide and about maybe 10 or 15 tall. Again, like a big slab arrow. Like Vanguard, it looks similar enough. It's like, again, ornately carved, but it looks similar enough to when you checked out the gate, remember?
Yeah. No, say as much. Looks a lot like the main gate. To be honest with you.
Now that you're closer to it, can you roll perception for me? Or investigate? I'm not really fussed which one.
Perception investigate. I will roll perception.
Some of this looks similar to Primordial, but it isn't Primordial. Some of the carvings.
Almost. I've sort of put my hand on the door.
Can you
Right.
roll religion with advantage?
I can and will.
Yep.
It's 23.
It's not bad either way, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't be very good at all.
From what you can parse from the primordial that you're seeing, or like the variations of primordial that you're seeing, this looks like it's a resting place, like a tomb, like a very, with the same level of like pomp that a pharaoh would have.
Okay.
This seems like a
Okay.
very important, like very VIP tomb.
And yeah, I'll similarly say, I think it's a tomb. Inscriptions are. They're not primordial, but they're very close. Very close. There's something related to it anyway. But this is a resting place. Yeah, I think this is the final resting place of someone significant to.
5 someone significance.
5 people.
5. Yep.
Yeah, I'm able to gather that much.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Like, it
So-
seems like you don't know what it's saying, but you can tell it's discussing 5 separate things.
Sorry, there's 5. 5, yes. These are all distinct things, beings. It's not super clear. I'm not familiar with whatever this is, but. Five something. Five of whatever it is rests here. And they rest, I think, eternally, from my reading. But hard to say for sure.
If you keep going through the transcription, it does seem to imply these are the first or original. Hard to translate. Alexander's
first
anxiety
original-
is just getting higher.
Okay. First or original what?
I know. Is it dragon or
Yeah. Or
what's it called?
Genasi?
Genasi, yeah.
Yeah. I don't get any inkling as to
No.
what they are though, no.
No. Nope.
It might be the first 5. The original 5? First 5? Something to that effect. Primordial or something akin to primordial. It could be early primordial. The first of the Genasi. Could be. It's what made by the Genasi. First of the dragons.
Or
Yeah.
Baru, I guess, is a potential.
Yeah, I don't think that would occur to Banger. But
Yeah, I think
I mean,
that sort of thing would be interesting to Fleabite. Would probably sniff in a non-mechanical sense. And say, if of ever sleep, then not of to harm to us, but
wow.
what of not wish to be disturbed.
That's. Well, let me just say this now. If we go through here, I think we're fully committed to a course of action, whatever it might be. We better be sure it's good.
We treat the area with respect. Hopefully nothing will disrespect us.
I feel like I should just sit like this
Wow.
on stream.
And what of our friend here?
Gemma just turns and
Wonder-
looks at you.
If these are other dragons on the other side. I wonder what effect that'll have on them.
I think Fleabite would sort of like hand go to his Genasi dagger, just be like, or of wind things.
Remember what the dagger said? What's it called?
Blade of the First People. But I don't know if Fleabite knows that.
Yeah, that's a good question, actually.
I think if you've attuned to it, you can't not know it, right? That's the rules
Okay.
D&D care about, so...
Did Adair know?
Yes.
Okay, then yeah.
Yeah, that was given, like, with the note, right? That Tonan gave him.
Huh.
Well, what do you do?
I
Yeah,
think Fleabite would say, the of path ahead as already of commit. There, go back, cannot be.
He's like a horrible Yoda.
Well, I think the like being more difficult to understand probably is like a kind of indication of this is probably a bit of a make or break situation. There's a good chance we die here, but
we've come this far. And whatever the case, I think there has to be... There are answers on the other side of this door. That much is clear.
yes, and much better to die underground than under bright burn sun. And then stop making a motion to try and open the door.
I think Vanguard doesn't really even flinch at that. I think it's just it's probably heard similar expressions in his homeland.
Yeah, fair.
So they say.
Kildrath's just exposed to this back and forth. Any thoughts, Kildrath, about this?
The thought of walking into a possible tomb does not appeal much to me, but I will turn around to Jembite and I'll again in Draconian I'll explain.
Keep him appraised.
Of what's going on. We don't know what's behind the door. We're going to try and be very quiet until we can see what's behind there. Make an appraisal. Please be careful.
It does it like it does that thing where it exhales like sharply through its nostrils and it just licks the side of your face. And just kind of stares at you.
Thank you.
Fleabite, you said you were trying to open the door. How?
I was making motions. Fleabite was going to like go towards it. If anyone wanted to stop or help, then that would be on them.
Well, I mean, Vanguard said he was touching the door, so yeah.
Yeah.
Much the same as the other door. We'll attempt to. This is me.
I'll just sort of stand back a second. Just take a couple of steps back and...
The image I've got is you letting go of it. It's like, oh yeah, just to let him in, and then as soon as you do that, Fleabite looking at you suspiciously like, well, why are you backing off? Should I back off? Okay, what do you want to do to the door? Describe it to me so I know what you're rolling.
I think as we sort of, as Fleabite and Vanguard both back off, probably, Fleabite will just hold up crowbar and like, huh?
Assume to Vanguard.
Well,
Is it of push or pull?
I don't really... It doesn't say. Unless it does say, right? Did it say?
No, it doesn't say.
The big no entry.
It says plush.
Right. I guess I suppose it would probably enter in the way, to be honest with
Then Fleabite will put it away and then motion to like start pushing.
Do you push?
If after a moment, like no one else is helping, then yes.
I will help. I will help.
Okay.
Because I can see that he's not in the best shape, and I would give him a hand.
Now remember, if you're helping Fleabite, he gets to roll normally.
How about if Fleabite helps me?
He can't.
How about if Keldrath puts down the torch?
Like it'll be a strength, I presume.
It's athletics.
Yeah. So like Vanguard helping Fleabite to make it normal, probably still.
Probably okay. Okay, I will assist Fleabite.
Okay. Hey! I guess my Fleabite is deceptively strong. The best kind of strong.
Fleabite is as strong as, at least, as Vanguard is good at religion. So.
What happens is you both, like, push into it. The thing slides, it's got like a rumble to it, a very low rumble, and the whole like 10 foot by 15 foot panel slides in like 2 inches, and then the entire thing drops with a whoosh, like a Star Wars door opening. There is an immediate like exchange of air that rushes past you all, so you all look dramatically windswept. And yeah, inside is a relatively small chamber, with what looks like 5. Maybe they look like pillars at first until the light adjusts in your eyes. And yeah, there's like a central kind of like almost plinth type altar thing in the center of the room, circular. And that seems to be divided up into 5 as well. And around the room, as I said, these 5 kind of pillar type things stand, and inside each of them is some kind of ornate looking kind of coffin, and you can see these kind of 5 creatures standing in each of them. For description's sake, and they seem to correlate with the section of the central kind of pillar, or plinth I should say, altar thing, you've got elemental representation. There's a ball
I
of
was
fire.
guessing it probably wasn't the dragons.
There's a ball of fire that floats, and you can look over, and there's like a kind of red tinged, like fire lacquered hair, like creature, like a kind of like stoic looking woman, frozen, in place. The next one over is like a kind of ball of water floating, ball of earth kind of floating as well, kind of like spinny, windy, kind of wispy part of air, and then a 5th one with tentacle-like faces. And a ball of kind of almost, what would you call it? So thank you for the follow, Celia. Their representation is some kind of weird fisheye lensed warping effect above its section. And that's the 5 that you see. Yeah.
Okay.
You can tell this looks, just based on everything you've read so far, Vanguard, and what you've been exposed to, this seems to be the 4 Genasi, and what seems to be an Illithid.
Yeah, I was getting that.
Yep. Old lore for this world say there were 5 Genasi originally. That's where we end the session.
Okay.
Hence came home.
Now there.
So. Imagine I just described, and then Genbite just munches through all of them.
And grows huge, larger than the mountain.
What would you like to call this session?
I don't have an idea.
I only have one.
Okay. Thinking. It seems to have floated around a lot the last couple of sessions. That's funny. No Illithix is terrible and funny.
I feel like no ill effects. One ill effect.
terrible. Holy moly, it's bad. Welcome and thanks for being had, I guess, Celia. Feel free to stick around for the wrap-up chat. 5 to 10th. Tomb Raider 5. Oh, these are getting worse.
Oh, this is it.
Also got the Fifth Element's not bad, yeah.
Fifth Element is actually good.
It's, tomes and tombs, but yeah, I think the Fifth Element's is strong. Kind of
Can we use it though?
it's prophesized by Multipass above, yeah. Yeah, why not? It can be used. Half the things we've had are like song or book or like movie titles. Okay, I think the Fifth Element's one then. Or Element, not Elephant, that's a Terry Pratchett book. That was easy to name. Right, goals. How do we feel about those? What's been happening?
We have not reached the Peru from the Illithid.
No. Okay. Are we still going to?
Probably, because them having been from there doesn't mean a damn to me.
Okay. Ascertain relationship between Illithid and Baru leadership.
I feel like we have a missing piece of the puzzle that we didn't know was missing or was going to be in the puzzle.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
The puzzle is now much bigger and muddier, but, you know, now we know that.
Okay.
And knowing is half the battle.
Okay, so you want to keep that, I take it. Okay. Meet with Sufim.
Getting there.
Yeah, well, obviously it's more challenging than we thought it would be, but I still think it's not unimportant.
Defeat Menglod?
It's a placeholder, let's be honest.
Yep. Secure safe exit from Barris City.
Are we still in Barris City?
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, sadly you are. Yeah. You're probably just more central than you've been before.
These plebs, yeah.
Okay. Right, caring for the dragons, an ongoing process.
I was thinking, obviously, neither Fleabite nor Alexander knows if it will come to a point where it stops just like absorbing magic. Would that be the sort of end point? That
care for dragon until self-sufficient?
Yeah.
There you go. At least that's a good stepping off point.
Yeah, that is.
Obtain a suitable new staff.
I think I'm keeping it, yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Oh yeah, you're totally gonna get like creepy tomb staff.
And arrange a meeting with the Baru resistance leadership. You got some revivifies on you? You could maybe wake up some people?
I don't think it would work. I think they probably died a while ago.
Do you think they're dead?
I was going to say, keep in mind what these things technically represent now, right?
How many diamonds would it take?
How many crystals are back in that library?
What spell did you remove from your collection? It wasn't to check for undead, was it?
I can't remove that.
Oh.
That's what good.
That's just his eyes.
Please don't forget to Eyes of the Grave.
Oh, I'm not going to.
Oh, that's funny. Any liches in here? You lich? You gotta tell me if you're a lich. Oh dear.
You're in 15 minutes and legally allowed to leave.
What goals are changing, if any?
I don't think I want to change any.
I'm happy with mine at the moment.
There's nothing
I still
about
think
new
it's still the
discoveries.
same guy.
Okay.
Imagine his name was Wonth.
Should we have something along the lines of find out? I'm just trying to think. What can we find out from this tomb? That's like a goal type thing. I'm thinking like how or who exactly is it, or how did they die? How do they relate to what we know?
Swap over all the bodies so somebody who comes next is really confused. Yeah. Don't know. What would you like to walk away with?
I mean, I kind of want Vanguard just to leave with like a spine staff or something. I just think it would help.
I mean, I don't think that's really Vanguard's speed. I know he's Grave Cleric, but that's not, you know.
Hmm. Well,
I guess something like find out why there's an illithid. That's basically it. Like find out how the illithid are related to ascertain relationship between illithid and the genasi.
Okay.
The genasi original, or the original genasi, I guess. Maybe.
how are you going to
Sure.
do that though? What's your plan to do that?
Some really good history rolls on from Vanguard. Yes, this thing that I apparently already know and I'm just remembering.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you haven't had time to really explore the room. I just wanted to leave you with a snapshot of the place. So there is obviously potentially more to learn here. That's up to you. What you want to put in. So going once for goals. Anything getting changed?
No, I think we'll know more next week.
But we won't be able to fulfill the goal next week.
There's been a lot. Well, last 2 weeks has been a lot of looking internally and trying to find exits and things like that. I can't see this room being much different unless we get attacked by. Yeah.
5 bodies
Whatever's
just
in this room.
nicely suspended. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's fine if you still want to change them. It just depends, Alexander, if you get any wording for the.
Oh, I can't think of good wording, so we'll leave it for now, I guess.
So why don't we move defeat Menglod into the holding area?
And there is somebody that could bring these people back.
No, thank you.
It's an avenue.
See, I don't know how you limit the missions, the goals. Can we just add in another line, add another goal, or do we take defeat
No.
Menglod,
Nah, you need to
move
move
it into the waiting list,
Yeah.
and then we can think about it through the week and come back?
Yeah, I'd pop it Menglod in the waiting list. That way, then it makes you care more about the small selection you have slotted in, right?
Does that make sense, guys?
So pop that over into the ideas pile at the bottom, and then pop something in that you want to pursue now. So what are you thinking?
That's the thing. I'm just trying to give us a space to fill if we do come up with anything through the next couple of days.
As I say, take a couple of days if you think of something. Like use the chat, obviously, that we've got on Discord to like spitball ideas if something comes to you, right? It doesn't need to be right now. Just ideally not on the day, next Wednesday. So yeah.
Do not awaken the 5, something like
that. Do not goals are generally bad. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all right. It's an attempt. Yes. Okay. If that's goals done, let's do wrap up chat. Why don't you start us off, Fleabite?
Like, you're all welcome, by the way.
I'm not sure we're quite there yet.
Where would you be without Fleabite?
Oh god.
Like, Fleabite was very excited to find out that the lights weren't real. That was that kind of blew Fleabite's mind. then to find that there's a whole secret passageway on the other side of the wall. Like,
And it kind of gives you a bit more reason why this room was secret in the first place, doesn't it?
yeah. So I think that it will have emboldened Fleetlight.
Nobody looks for secret rooms inside secret rooms.
Yeah. There's no way out. Yes, there is. We'll escape through the treasure room. To quote Nicolas Cage.
Oh God.
And I'm so excited for Vanger to complete his journey on to becoming Heinrich Kemmler by awakening ancient white and taking the Doom
Absolutely
Blade.
not going to do anything of the sort.
I mean, one of the Genasi has to be called Krell. How many channel points does that take?
Introduce an
An
NPC.
NPC.
That doesn't state they need to be alive, I suppose, does it? So my own style against me.
So no, that's exciting. And Fleabite. It's all coming up Fleabite.
Yeah, they might have that impressions and inspired actions as well. Very influential, it seems.
It's like, yeah, there was one or two things that Fleabite attempted and maybe didn't work so well, but also one or two things that, despite his current difficulties, he was able to achieve, which I'm always quite pleased of. He can do something,
Yeah.
even when held back. And Gembite still alive, so always a plus.
Yeah.
Hasn't eaten Fleabite either.
Not yet.
Also, Go Team, we have found another dungeon.
Yeah.
It's so rare in Dungeons and Dragons. When we have a dragon, oh my god! We have taken a dragon to the dungeon.
You've also got a dragon and a dragon born to the dungeon. Dungeons and dragons.
So if we find a dungeon born,
I think Fleabite's
just have
dungeon
to
born,
find-
right?
we just have to find the legendary 5E, and then we'll have... Oh, we found the 5! 5 elementals! It's all here! It's all
You're
here!
unraveling my storytelling. You've seen my notes, haven't you? My glasses reflecting my notes.
Is it one of them, Chris? Is it Chris Gygax?
Gary Gygax? Yeah.
Gary Gygax.
There we go, yeah.
It's all kicking off.
Yeah, it's good.
I think that's. I'm just too excited.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. Oh dear, Cowdraft.
I'm disgusted that we've destroyed the library, obviously.
It's so trashed.
I'm glad I took a chance on trying to train Gembite. That could have went so badly wrong, but seems to have worked out okay at the moment.
I think it was a really good opening, right? With you doing the stunning strike thing to be like, no, behave. Because it didn't even try and get all the ones that it collapsed with, right?
And it gave us a couple back.
Yeah.
So it did get it. As I said, it's the my mission now is the understanding between the dragon and myself. It's okay. He's understanding. Seems to be understanding what I'm saying to it, but I'm getting absolutely nothing back except for the odd lick here or there. And that's, as we said, when does it become sentient's the wrong word, but
yeah.
Did Fleabite have the right route earlier by trying to telepathically talk to it? I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. So that's where mine is. Walking into a tomb, I don't have anything against being in a tomb as such, but
This is like I'm not Tombist, but
but yeah, hey, we've spent so much of our time above ground. It's good to actually be in a dungeon.
Yeah. What I love is you're at like the highest point in like the world you've probably ever been in, besides Fleabite, who's been a bit higher up. I love the idea that it's like, oh, we're in a dungeon. It's nice being not above ground, but you're above most of the levels you've ever like existed at before. Quite significantly because of how high the mountain is.
There's only one way to go, and that's back down again.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, my worry now is it's not about Fleabite and telepathically connecting with Gembite. It's now Fleabite and telepathically connecting with any of these 5 things.
Shh. Don't give my ideas.
I think Alexander has enough bad ideas for Fleabite. I really don't think I'm making a drop in an ocean, right? Like it's. Oh,
yeah, it's awakening these things, or whether there is we can awaken them, whether we can avoid awakening them.
It's also the dishes with the shiny, like 5 element things floating around, right? That's the worry I've got about Fleabite.
And a sack. Yeah. The only other question I will ask, but I'll ask it next week, is that we've came through the wall and we turned one way or the other. Was that always the entrance and they've just covered it up by the library? Or if we'd have turned left or right, would it have taken us somewhere else?
It did, so I'm happy to answer that just now for you guys, right? Like, yeah, like this seemed like this was the only way in and out. It looks like that library was part of like the concealment, right? Like, assume the library wasn't there, that door that you just went in and out obviously was hiding something anyway. So, because remember the door, that corridor went to nowhere, but it secretly went to a library. And then you discover there was a passage from that library that was being covered up that led to this like resting place. As you saw,
so that means our friend knew about it.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Doesn't necessarily mean that. He might, but
takes a special kind of genius to figure this stuff out.
Yes, I'm sure it does. Or Fleabite. So yeah, but it definitely looks like this. You know, this corridor was older than that library.
Oh yeah, this city really is a multi-generational thing, isn't it?
Yeah, old.
The original home of everything, and then protecting the dragon. Yeah, there's a lot to find out in this place.
Yep.
No wonder they didn't let anybody in.
Yeah. Or weirdly out if you look at this tomb in a darker light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else, bud?
No. This has got a long way to go and we might need help. Thank God we've got a dragon. Feed it the gems.
Get it bigger.
Yeah.
New plan. If there was no library, but you can never be upset. Oh dear. Yeah, it's good. Vanger.
Right, I will be brief, for I am tired and need to shower. Yeah, it was nice to see sort of Fleabite sort of weird intuition, and because there was a logic there who's like, oh well, if the windows are fake, then maybe we're not close to the actual outdoors. If we're not close to the outdoors, maybe we're far indoors. If we're far indoors, maybe there's a secret passage further indoors, and it panned out, of course, which was fun. I'm intrigued to see where this is going. Like the idea of the 5th one being the Illithid is curious, to say the least. I don't know what exactly we can do with it. I don't think I actually have rules written anything that would be able to revive them if they are dead and well preserved. If they are alive, also that's kind of iffy, but probably I could work something out. If they're undead, I'm going to burn them. Just so we're clear, the undead are going to destroy them.
And then take their spine to make a new staff.
Can we put the act first flea bite to make Vanguard act first back at the top of that list, please?
If you want. I'm not dealing with potential. What are they called? They've got ridiculous names. The Illith Liches.
I think they're just called like. Oh, what are they called actually?
They're called like Wahoons or something like that.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's a racial slur. I'm not gonna lie. It sounds like it's either a nonsense word a child made up or a racial slur. Alhoon. Right? Doesn't that sound either gibberish or dodgy?
Yeah, it can be both.
It's a racial slur a child made up. Anyway, I don't want to deal with one of those. I'm going to burn it. That's my plan. If it indeed transpires that they appear to be undead. Yeah, worrying development with the Baru. Obviously, we sort of hope they would turn up, but they haven't.
Yeah, probably missing Batuv.
Yeah, it's just concerning. It could always be, as I say, they might just have cottoned on to the fact that security measures has been increased or something like that, or they realised that we can't take this opportunity because the patrols looking for flea bite will catch us or something like that. It could be that there is nothing inherently sinister about this, but it does feel bad.
Yeah, with also having 10th just seemingly waiting in your room.
Yeah, which could be completely non-sinister, but he's a mind flayer.
but this is the thing, as I was kind of hinting at earlier, we left that room 10, 11 hours ago. If he came in 10 minutes after we left that room,
he just fell asleep.
Suspicious.
Maybe he just fell asleep.
Yeah. If he came in 5 minutes before you went to check the room out, then there's nothing sinister there. It's just bad timing. We just don't want to chance that.
Yeah. He was at least in that room for like 10 or so minutes, because Vanguard did like detect him and then keep going towards the room for a bit before turning back, and he did seem to just be staying put. So he's got that, at least he stayed for about 10 or so minutes. So, yeah. It depends what you make of that, I suppose.
Indeed.
What does it matter? Just get Fleabite on the Is There Another Secret Passage next week. We'll just see how many dungeons we can get out of this.
And if there's not, we make one.
Yeah. It just becomes like a Minecraft adventure through this mountain.
Yeah, so it was an interesting and strange session.
Yeah. It was nice to see a wee bit of everybody though, right? Because we had Fleabite's like urchiny knowledge of like just structural layouts come up. Vanguard's very tropey dwarven stone skills coming up as well. And Keldrath chatting away about dragony stuff with a dragon. It's kind of nice, like, to be very on the nose.
And is like the invisible writing stuff.
Yeah, the scribe stuff, yeah.
It's like not quite class, but then class plus features sort of come up.
Yeah, it felt very much this is the episode at the start of season 2, right, where you show off for the audience what all the characters can do still. Yeah, just as a reminder episode. It's good. Anything else, Vanger?
No. I think I've said my piece.
Yes, I am glad we did hang around to get to that scene, because I was glad that we made it there. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
It was a good place to do my ending, but we are way over time. So thank you to all of you for playing. That was really, really fun. I really enjoyed that. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you to everybody who watched. So thank you to Crimson for joining us as well. It was nice of you to pop by. Thank you to Siren as always. And thank you to Celia who joined us. Hello.
Yes.
And goodbye. Say goodbye, everybody.
Good night, everybody.